Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Give us your energy. That's right. I'll give myself. Only you can make the change. I'll give myself. Share your attitude. I'll give myself. Shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, 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 hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
They made us slaves, changed our names. Original Hebrew, black Colossian Jew.
Wisdom all wise dooms, envision time zones, transported stargates via comas. The future unfolds, words non-spoken, graphic images and icons move from vibrations in dark rooms. Once entombed in the cryptic room, flesh was cold, then became warm, fighting the little horn. My brain storms, atoms swarm, uniform, no commercial codes, multiverse born, break the curses that's lurking, free the firstborn of the 1/3 trap. Mind zapped the wet and earth, love boat, body broke, stuck on the curb. The dark age returns, silence, begging customs fossilized in gold. One eye sight pops, control minds in terror, skinning down Zion's men. Lion's head matted, queen lioness wept as we lost Yah's respect. Staff turned into attack.
They made us slaves, changed our names. 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 Original Hebrew, black Colossian.
I wear armor of honor, knowledge is power. I crush scholars, the shower lies in Zion. Yahweh Abba Nawa, a holy father, transcend thoughts to fire. 1/3 survival as the righteous nicked up. Liars like Pharaoh mummified, deafs be dumb blinded. American pie, looking in the sky for heaven, that's in the mind. Walking machines, lost in time, spaced out, they can't find. Crying for freedom from a tyrant. Kwam Yasha Allah, Israel rise higher. 12 tribes, Voltron, revolution, shoot, Gavatron. Sound waves, speech like Farrakhan. I conquer, conquest like Genghis Khan, and search for Yahweh Dah. Read the law in the Hebrew prophets for the logic of the madness. It saddens. See the few from the masses to see facts, right and exact.
They made us slaves, changed our names. 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 Original Hebrew, black Colossian Jew.
I shine with the 360 shield of Dawi, degrees of light, blind so caucus one, eaters eyesight. 12 tribes of Israel has arrived with the iron staff and the might from the Most High. I'm power, recognize Elohim energy, Zechariah and Juggernaut. Jewish peeps lying say that they from the laws of David. They know that they're nothing but thieving gypsies claiming to be we, but reality they're from a 20,000-year currency. Cro-Magna, Aryans, the drafters of the Indo-European. Jewish mean, want to be like a Jew. Motherfucker, I can see right through you. You not from the tribe of Judah. You don't look like an Ethiopian Falashian. You're a Leviathan from your mother's womb, chasing the past tense with your histories like Plato and Socrates, chasing stories of Ramses.
They made us slaves, changed our names. They made us slaves, changed our names. They made us slaves, changed our names. Original Hebrew, black Colossian Jew. made us slaves, changed our names. They made us slaves, changed our names. Original Hebrew, black Galactic Jew.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. What's up, DJ Genesis? How you feeling today? How you feeling today, DJ Genesis? Is DJ Genesis in the house? Can't hear you. How you doing today? Get shots out to everybody watching the broadcast. We're going to get into this Hebrew cosmogenesis and Hebrew anthropogenesis. It's definitely an honor to be back on Alchemizing Energy with DJ Genesis. This is the Mighty Hebrew. Prince Charlandim Ben Ami Motuzoy. I'm being Yasha'Allah Senior. Live and direct. Tanzania, East Africa. Originally from Philly, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to see where DJ Genesis is at right now. I see she got everything set up, ready to rock and roll. I'm just trying to hear her marvelous voice on the airwaves before we get into the presentation. You hear, sis? I'm trying to see what's going on, if she can hear me.
Research from, I see your hand. I'm about to close it out. Hilltop, I see you. This is where they got the info. Because I'm on the paragraph right now. I got to show off because my son here. So I got to show off and make sure I get everything
Hey, go ahead, cook. Go ahead, cook.
Right? So,
Hey, I just have a question because you go ahead.
So when you see this movie, Planet of the Apes, and you understand Caesar and his tongue became untied, right? We're talking about the hibernization of those that were dealing with instinctive will, right? To the caveman, to now speaking. We got to understand the symbolic language that we see in these movies, right? Of them talking about themselves coming through hibernization. So I think I answered your question. Go ahead, Helltop.
Hey, real quick, let me ask him because this is what I mean to ask you last time when you was I think you had broke that down and about the Indian gods and having these people being born with tails. You know what I'm saying? You brought it up last time. I was meaning to get more into it because but it slipped my mind. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you brought it up again. What you think about, because we know people, and a lot of people from India too, but a lot of Indian people and some white people, over in Eastern European countries are being born with tails. What you think about it, and what you got to say about it?
That's a very, very good question, right? And I knew and see in my PowerPoint presentation, you and y'all know that picture up there, right? Of a baby with a coccyx cell, right? Now, from the ancient archaic records, what we have, hold on, y'all. What we have, okay, let me get this right.
Hey, now, hey, Mighty Hebrew, because you like to say the archaic records quite a bit, so don't forget your frame of thought. But can you explain to the audience what does that mean, the archaic records, before you go into that information?
Okay, the archaic records that we have, archaic means primitive, ancient, old. Okay, the records that I'm referring to, it's known as the stanza of Zion. When you go into a writing known as The Secret Doctrine by Madam H.P. Blavatsky, where people fail to understand because they're not historians and they don't understand symbolism and mythology. They think that Madam H.P. Blavatsky wrote the stanza of Zion. No, she did not. The stanza of Zion was written roughly 5,500 years, 13,500 years ago. Okay. And by the way of what you would call archaic symbols, ancient people before what you know as the papyrus era will write with symbols. Okay. So when you go into the Indus Valley in their Zion records, they use archaic symbols known as Zinzar. And in the records, they show what we're talking about. What Blavatsky did, and she did some mistranslations by mistake and even on purpose, okay? And even on purpose. But when you read her records or her works, she's only giving commentary. This is why when you actually get the book, you'll see the stanza of Zion record, and then underneath you'll see her commentary. What's above, she didn't write. What's below, she wrote. So when one say, oh, she wrote that, automatically we know they don't know what they're talking about. So when I talk about the archaic records, I'm talking about the records that were left behind. And inside them records, it said, because this was written by sages and seers from the Indus Valley, they teach that what we define today as the white man is an outgrowth, a hybridization by way of a devolution. This is what they teach. And they say out of their mouths that there were some beings that were half monkey-like and half human. And when we look at many of the deformities that we see in the world, the most deformities we see with these ape-like man attributes is in two locations, Bangladesh and India. So when we look, we see that the so-called white man say that the English language came out of Sanskrit. They call it Indo-European. They even try to align themselves with the Aryan, which is true in some degrees, but false. It's true because today's so-called white man come out of the Aryan root epic, even though Aryans themselves are black, but we're not talking about the class Aryan. We're talking about a root epic. So yes, they're from out of the Aryan root epic, but they're not Aryan by class, which only means nobility. That was part of the original black Aryan caste system that was in the Indus Valley. Okay, so now when you talk about these deformities, we see the cactus tail. In these archaic records known as the stanza of Zion, they call it the conda buffer. And what they taught is that this conda buffer would drag on the ground to produce like a force field energy, so to say. And as they started to hibernate more and more, the cactus tail or the conda buffer started to shrink as they started to develop or adapt more into their environment that wasn't necessary no more. So when you talk about Charles Darwin and his evolutionary theory, don't try to stop the so-called white man in defining who he is. He's telling you his origin. We're not of the same origin. He's telling you his origin. He even knows that he is a byproduct of a primate. And we read in the stanza of Zion, in the first part, known as the sin of the mindless. And in the sin of the mindless, it tells us that our human family or hominin family mixed with subspecies that weren't a part of our human family. And we amalgamated with these people and we produced the Ramapithecus, the Australopithecus, the Homo erectus, the Neanderthalians, the Cro-Magnon, etc., etc. And when you look in the Neanderthalian and the Denisovans and all them, you see what is called RH rhesus monkey DNA. And then when you see the dark nations, not all of them, but those of the Yoruba and the Sun and all them, you find something called ghost gene DNA. I'm saying that the ghost gene DNA is a product of some dark-skinned nations mixing with subspecies, and then the RH rhesus monkey DNA gene that you find in the Neanderthalians is a product of hominin species mixing with a subspecies of a different line. And within that line, this is the byproduct of what we call the white race today.
Okay. That was a great breakdown. Now, you said a couple of things in there I want to touch on because let's kind of make it real because that's a lot of information to unpack for people. So my question is, when you were talking about the hybridization, if I'm saying that right, excuse me if I'm not, when man was intermingling with animals, would you say that would tie into books like Genesis chapter 6, verses 5 and 6 in the book of Jubilees, when it said that Elohim got mad with man due to all the wickedness, and then you get a little bit more of the information in Jubilees when it said they was mixing species and things of that nature. Does this tie into that information that we read in these books?
Absolutely. When one understands that Bereshit or Genesis 6 is a rethought of something that previously happened. Remember, our people will identify events or dramatic events to previous ones. So when you see in Genesis 6, yes, that behavior occurred at that time, but the reason why it's a focal point because it's something that previously happened before in another root epic. So you're absolutely correct. When you bring up the book of Jubilees and the pseudepithecal records, and when you bring up the account in Genesis 6, when the quote unquote sons of God went into the daughters of men, you're seeing a form of hybridization. Even when you go into Genesis or Bereshit, the third or fourth chapter, the fourth chapter, we see that Cain and Abel were brothers. Cain murders his brother, but he goes somewhere and gets a wife. And we are told that there were nations or doctrines not to deal with that were being defined as trees. So we know that there were other people, there were other species. I don't want to say animal in the sense, but I will say animal like. So I want to like, you know what I mean? Because these species that we mix with, in some retrospects, could have been a part of the original human family, but then also branched off into a subspecies because a portion might have mixed with a species not of them. And then they became a branch and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this is why at the Mighty Hebrew University, we don't teach what is known as a monogenesis. We teach a polygenesis. So it wasn't like this one little man and this one little woman, and then it produced the whole entire planet. No, that was just one line from or with people already around. Okay, so there were other beings that are actually not direct descendants of Noah. When we deal with the interpretations of religiosity through Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they are the ones that teach this lineal understanding of things. We, the original Hebrews, were a circular people, but with a line under the circle so we can move patterns, so to say, so we can change our destiny. There are three types of thinking in the worldview. You have the lineal thinking, you have the circular, and then you have the circular with the line controlling the circle. So you have those that are Eurocentric, that see things narrow-mindedly with a lineal understanding. So they have to date everything in a chronological line. But history is so complex that it can't just be covered like that. Then you have those that are Afrocentric, that see things circularly. So it's like, it's destiny. You can't change it. That's why on the ground in Africa, where I'm at, and I've studied many tribes, a lot of these tribes look at things as just their fate, and there's no way of changing it. This is why a lot of the fight from many of the tribes in Africa isn't there to fight off the colonialists or the colonists, because it's being defined within their cultural understanding that it's just their destiny and they can't change it. Whereas though with the Hebrews, we see things circularly, but the circle can be moved with a pattern. So we can change, even though we have a destiny, we can change our condition. That's the difference. This is why hearken to me, oh, Yisrael, and do the law, statutes, and commandments. Thus, thus, and thus. If you do this, thus and thus will happen. If you do that, thus and thus will happen. And if you fall by the wayside or waist deep, and if you rethink yourself, as Malik Shalomo or King Solomon said, if you rethink yourself, right, then from there you can transform what was to what is. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference from us and the other nations.
Okay. You said something prominent that I believe also, and I know the brother Fred Jackson, he teaches. I heard other people teach it. That everybody on this earth right now don't descend from Noah. It's not from Ham, Japheth, and Shem. Can you expound a little bit more on that? What these, you know what I'm saying? Because my understanding of your understanding, I believe what you're saying is that these other nations outside of Noah really came from like Neanderthal type, animal type humans, or what you want to call them, Neanderthal type humans.
It could be Neanderthalian type, any type of type. When you look at the story of the flood and Noah, one of the problems is we're under the impression that the whole entire earth was flooded, because many translations say earth, but we never been told that Eretz, which is modern Hebrew, or Arat Tazah, which is ancient Hebrew, can be translated as ground, land, field, etc., region. So it's a difference in translation if you say the whole earth was flooded versus the whole land was flooded. You see the difference in thought. The whole earth gives the understanding that the whole entire planet was destroyed and only left Noah, versus a region was destroyed that left Noah. But that's not to say that there wasn't other people around the world. So once we understand that the flood, because there were quite a few floods even before Noah, and I expound on that last week, a couple of weeks ago. When we understand the story of Noah's flood, which was 9,564 BCE, we understand that that was a region and not the whole entire planet. So that right there, it explains that there are other people on the planet that are not descendants of Noah.
I agree. Brother, don't you go ahead.
Also with the Noah situation, right? When you look at ancient texts like the Sumerian text, the biblical text, and even the Hindu text, there's a correlation between the biblical patriarchs, the Sumerian kings, and the Hindu Manu. So would you say that the biblical patriarchs are actual men that lived at one time, or would you lean more towards these are actual cycles and progression of man or Manu through the evolution here on Earth?
That's a great question. My answer would be both. Because to have a subjective, you have to have an objective. Like for instance, when you go into the book of Bereshit chapter 12, you see that Abraham is told to look into the sky and count the stars. And Abraham said he can't count the stars. And the response was, this will be your descendants to come. If you go to Joseph, and this will show where the nation of gods and earths, or the 5%ers, get their understanding of the sun, moon, and stars from. When you go to the story of Joseph, he had a dream that the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars bowed down to him. And that was symbolic to his mother, father, and brothers. The point that I'm saying is we would use the subjective realm and the objective realm simultaneously. We never just use the subjective without the objective, or the objective without the subjective. To say all that, to have a Manu or a Hadam come into physical form, naturally there had to be a subjective. And then there has to be an objective so people can see. So yes, when you look at the Sumerian kings list, when you look at the Manu in the laws of Manu, right? And when you look at the 10 biblical patriarchs, they're the same? Yes. Are they literal? Yes. Are they symbolic? Yes. Now, are they just literal alone? No. Are they just symbolic alone? No. The symbolic cosmogenesis or Hebrew cosmogenesis must have a literal or anthropogenesis or a Hebrew anthropogenesis. So yes, there has to be a cosmological and an anthropological understanding of these people. So to answer your question, yes, they were real. And yes, they were symbolic as well for a root epic, because they define the stage or incarnation, so to say, of that next root epic.
I'm sorry, guys. I have been on the phone this entire time. So I'm not sure. Did you want me to?
No, and yeah, from time to time, but I'm glad you came on. First and foremost, I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, those striving for righteousness' sake. I say unto the family, Shalom Aleichem. I just want to give everybody an update. We over here, our family in Dimona, Israel, northeastern Africa. We are safe. Everybody's good. I got word from, the Nasakim, the Holy Council, the head leaders of the Kingdom of Yah and Dimona, Israel. Shout out to Nasik, L'Oreal, and he informed me that everybody is safe. Shout out to Dr. Sar Kasriel Ben Yahuda, Sheikh Hamid, and everybody that's over in the Negev and Dimona. We know what's going on right now. And I just need everybody to know that Yahweh, he is the central theme of this whole manifestation that's taking place. And we're going to get into that in the future, like what we see going on with this Iranian/US Israeli war. All this has to go. Saudi Arabia starting to get involved, China saying little things on the side. So you're seeing certain things become made manifest, but we got to get rid of the residue when it's all said and done, because remember, Yahweh told us when we would return to the land that we would see, corpses, so to say, and we would have to clean it up. That means clean up all the wicked social niceties that plague the set apart land. They let homosexual week go on in Jerusalem, man. So all this is a part of, if we want to admit it or not, they have their own objective as to why they're doing what they're doing when it demands warfare and the conquering and the taking over of one landmass from another. And there's a psychology, there's a psychology behind what they're doing. For ours is spiritual. For us, this is a cleansing. Remember during the flood of Noah, the water wasn't to destroy, but the water was to cleanse, because remember, the people was already destroyed for the lack of knowledge. See, the destruction isn't from the water. The destruction was from the minds of the people that in turn caused the effect to take place. You put your hand in fire, you get burnt. So what I'm saying is this is a cleansing for us. So right now we observe and continue to do what we're doing, because this is going to affect, all our people that's tied to the 12 tribes scattered in the diaspora. This is bigger than, look at what happened recently with Ron Dalton. They banned Hebrews to Negroes in South Africa. And them people was all involved in that. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Them people was all involved in that to stop that. And the people from the movie theaters was admitting, because it's all live on YouTube, they was admitting who stopped it, and that they're under the thumb and regime of those who we talking about. And they were ashamed, and shout out to them to have enough courage to admit what is going on. Shout out to them brothers and sisters over there in South Africa who, told Ron Dalton the truth. You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to Ron Dalton, you know what I mean? He doing this thing. He doing this thing. That's my brother. You know what I mean? He stand on what he stand on, and he's bringing a lot of truth to light to the people throughout the world about who Israel really is now and who they never were. So they come with the, the anti, Semitic stuff. And my whole thing, we Shemitic. So we can't be anti ourselves. That don't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? So, these are like, preconceived arguments, and there are certain key words that's used on social media to trigger the cerebral cortex of the brain to function, not just a movement, but a lifestyle. You got to understand how powerful these people are, but you got to really understand how powerful you really are when you serve that true and living power for real and all absolute. And you will see the pendulum shift, so to say.
So can
You
I
know
ask
what I'm saying?
Laurel, go ahead. Go
Who
ahead.
am I? Who I'm talking to?
Real Myers, aka Anu Kakarek, man. You know me, man. We go.
Oh man, what's going on, brother?
Peace, God. Nothing, man.
It's
Still
been
on my
years.
electromagnetism thing, man. I still do that, and you know we pushing them
Yeah,
around.
I seen you do that. You know I'm in Africa, man. I'm building, man.
Oh, I'm already here. Yeah,
Where you at?
I'm still in St. Louis.
Okay, I'm in Tanzania right now.
Yeah, I'm here. But I remember when you left.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So talk to me.
So like you know, like I've been telling people that black people ain't got a dog in the fight when it comes to this, right? And mainly because we don't have no vested interest in none of it. African Americans don't, or so-called black people, whatever label you want to put on them, we don't share the same interests with the United States government. In fact, we don't give a fuck about what's going on in these other places because of everything that's happening to us over here. So it's kind of hard. Not saying that we don't empathize and we don't have sympathies with atrocities that's happening around the world, but we've been going through an ongoing atrocity. You see what I'm saying? In our own land, You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's kind of hard to like even give that a second thought, and then it's like we watch these people in Iran burn a statue of Baal, and somehow that triggers Israel. Nigga, we thought you was against Baal. We thought Yahweh was against Baal. So how could Israel and you galvanize all of these people to put their lives on the line to fight against Baal, a statue they were burning? You should be there celebrating them burning it.
That's interesting. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you want me to respond to what you just said, Lord? Or you landing your plane? No, go ahead. Land your plane. I'm listening. Land your plane.
I know. Well, you know, like I've always had the, you know, like I don't really put a lot of stock into like the Abrahamic faiths and stuff, even though I know it's truth embedded within it. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to certain things, I don't understand how we attach a tether, and mainly is because in the Bible there's no description on how to identify who's Shemite. Now, the only thing that we got to go off of is language, because that's the only thing that we can see that's Shemitic. We can't claim, especially dealing with Africa, the Middle East, India. We don't know where that shit begins and ends. I mean, we can make some, you know, guesses, but they just all subjective. We could say, everybody came from Africa. We could say they all came from Asia. Hey, what we know is we was here. Like that. That's really the only truth that we really to. So I'm like,
and I will
use the Bible.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, how do you use the Bible to identify who Shemites are? Because if it's just language, then anybody who learns language should be considered a Shemite, right?
Right. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to what you said first, and then come to the Shemite lab, because there's three main factors that I heard you say that I totally agree. So make it clear on record. I'm 100% FBA, but I live in Africa. Now, there's reasons behind that, because remember, just because somebody live in Africa, that don't define lineage. So it'll be clear, both of my parents is 100% FBA, right? I also see the disrespect that been going on for years, and the tether isn't just any immigrant. A tether is an immigrant who tries to latch on to our cultural heritage that we built as indigenous people in America, right? And then try to claim it as their own and then subjugate us as if we have no culture, no history, no values.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? So when I'm saying there's a bridge with, you know, those slaves that they brought from the continent, now called Africa, in the original Black Aboriginal / indigenous populations in the United States. And I know for a fact that Black Americans share that indigenous heritage in Africa, along with the United States. We was there before people even came there, before the Mongol natives and all them. So I'm definitely hip with that. I acknowledge things geopolitically. All nations on the earth, they strive for something. When you go to, for instance, when you go to the, you know, Chinese people, they be in our community, these different ethnic groups, they always have a bridge point to send bread to. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is the whole planet is ours. The whole planet is ours. And then speaking of Shemite, right? You would be correct if we're dealing with the modern 1856 definition of what a Semite is, because it was really dealing with groups of people that lived from the Horn of Africa all the way to what they now define as the Middle East, and even as far as the Indus Valley. You know what I mean? But really Northeastern Africa, the so-called Middle East. Then later it took on, it only defines, you know, languages. And that can be very tricky because you can have a group of ethnic people that could have adopted the Afro-Asiatic language, whether you're talking about Aramic, Hebrew, Geese, Arabic, Aramaic, whatever, Syriac. But the point is, they may not even be indigenous when it comes to their ethnogenesis with that particular language. But there are, when we understand the true understanding of what a person from Shem or Shem is, then we can identify certain custom behavior. Here's a prime example. The Egyptians, or the people of Kemet, they did not circumcise. The only ones that circumcised were those that were initiated in a certain Comitian rites of passage, so to say, to be one with the.
Revisit.
I know. Let me just land this real quick. I want to show people how they can identify Shemite also through custom. So the people of Kemet, they didn't circumcise. The only ones that circumcised, those they were initiated in Kemetic thought, whether they was in a priesthood or whatever. But in Hebrew culture, they circumcised all their male sons on the 8th day. Now peep the twist like Oliver. In Hebrew gematria, the name Yahweh comes up to the number 26. 2 + 6 = 8. 8 is the sign of the infinity. 8 is also the sign when one goes through circumcision, that's a male child on the 8th day. So the sign of the covenant or the creator's name is the sign of the circumcision. Now you might have two that circumcise, but for cultural reasons, they differ. So I did that as an example within this demonstration to show the difference from something that's Shemitic verse of another nation. They may have similarities in cultural thought, but there's also prints of existence. So to say, when you are an ethnic genesis group of people, an ethnogenesis group of people. So I just want to make that clear. Shemitic people are indigenous people. It don't mean half, none of that. Is the Greeks, they didn't have a SH sound in the Greek language. So they couldn't pronounce Shem, so they said Sem. So now when they say Semite or Semitic, They talking about those people that can be looked at and identified as indigenous Black people. So I just wanted to put that out there. But you go ahead and say what you going to say, my Lord, and then we get back to the presentation.
So here's the thing. So again, like
I got you.
When it comes to like people and cultures and like and stuff like that, right?
Right.
As circumcision goes on in Africa, all over Africa, not just with the male children. So clearly, circumcision is an African culture. Now we know that Africans migrate, so that particular culture can migrate with those people, and other people adopt those customs, and they take on the transformation of their own. So I'm saying like because I was arguing this with somebody else, is that they was like, oh well, they herd goats and sheep, and I'm like, no, hold on, cattle and pastoralism, we've been doing that for I don't know how long we've been doing it. So we can't say that particular act is a Semitic culture. It's not, because Africans also do.
Oh no, I wasn't saying. So you'll know, I wasn't saying that circumcision. I wasn't saying circumcision itself is a Semitic. I didn't say that. I want to make that clear. I'm saying that circumcision itself is original indigenous. I'm not going to label it African, Asian, because we existed before all that. What I'm saying is circumcision is indigenous. Now each people may have their own indigenous way of doing it. That becomes the distinguishment. Not the circumcision itself, but the act behind it becomes distinguishable.
Right, and that's what I keep trying to explain to people is a people is defined not just by their name, right? Not just by their name, but continued culture, right? So the culture and customs and traditions is what makes you a people. Without traditions, cultures, and customs, you are not a people. Y'all just domicile together. Like y'all, it's kind of like here in the United States. Yeah, we call it a nation, but it's really not a nation per se, because you got all these different subgroups that are actually nations, and they got their own traditions and customs with each other that ain't necessarily American. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when you talk about people, I say the people are the ones who continuing on the culture. You know what I'm saying? So when people ask me, do you think Hebrew Israelites are real? And I tell them, yeah. And they say, well, how? Because, Shem, there ain't no genetic evidence. And I say, it's because it's people that keep continuing on their shit. Right. And I'm like, rather they the actual blood-born people is irrelevant, because the only thing that matter is the cultures, the customs, and the traditions that gets passed on. I'm telling you right now, your customs and your traditions are probably outlive your people. Would probably outlive your entire nation.
That's a fact.
You see what I'm saying? So we got to understand, it's really hard to separate what's African culture, or what they call it African culture, and what they call Semitic culture. Is really hard to say what one is and isn't. I mean, like you can go into like clothing, but again, that's cultural fashion, right? You can go into like clothing, but the clothing might be also still tied up into their religion, right? Or just their way of life, like wearing all the garments. Hey, niggas live in deserts. Who the hell want to be walking around with sand all over their ass? The environment's a sandblaster. You live with the sandblaster. Who the hell wants to walk around uncovered, right? So it's totally understand why these people dress like this. So they customs and their traditions and stuff is all tied off into their environment, where they come from, the trials and tribulations they had to deal with while they were there. You see what I'm saying? Which is the reason why I be like, we supposed to be learning from the book. We're not supposed to be trying to be the people in the book, because the people in the book were evil as fuck. They was evil as hell. The people in the book were demonic, evil people, and they did some of the most debauchery. And they wrote it down. And the reason why it's wrote down to show you what not to be. To show you what not to
that's
be.
a
Why
fact.
you think they was scattered?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Why you think they was stripped of rank and title and God and why you think that happened?
And the thing is, that's the reality that I bring forth. I let them know. I'm saying the condition that we in is predicated on our past, and I'm saying we were a wicked nation. In our past, when we start to read the annals of our history, it was being used as a point of reference so we would never repeat the things that our ancestors did in ancient times. You know what I mean? They had their glorious years when we was a monarch, but then they also had the wicked season. But look, I want to get back to the presentation, and I'm glad you actually here. Don't go nowhere, because I want to get your input, because I know you do deal with the electromagnetism and different stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So I want you to hear, because it's about to come up.
Before you peace out on that, I just want to say this to your first point earlier, because I didn't want to lose that, because I actually want to talk about that more. The culture ties between Asians and Africans, right? Or African Americans, not African Americans.
You say who?
The Asians and the African Americans. I said the Asians and the African Americans. That tie between our people. Okay, so like people be like, oh, they just come into our communities and do this, that, and the other. No. Y'all don't understand, right? They've been in our community before they opened up Chinese food restaurants and did all that crazy ass shit. We've been tied at the hips all the way back from like the 60s, 70s, maybe before that, the 50s, the 40s. Or we had
during the railroad. Remember they came in during the railroad era. Remember they came in San Francisco and all that to build the railroad. So they've been in our community for a long time. You even see it in the movie Sinners. Remember the movie Sinners?
Yeah.
And you remember that the Chinese boy and his wife up in there.
Yep. And the reason why I brought that up is because I just want black people to kind of reflect on that. Like, do y'all really remember like the civil rights movement? Do y'all really understand the Black Power movement and how intricate that was tied off in with China and Asia and how they was protesting
Japan? That's a fact. That's the fact.
What about hip hop? What about hip hop? Bruce Lee, all of that type of stuff, and all our black exploitation films.
You gotta see my piece I put together called The Original Origins of Hip Hop. You gotta watch that, John. Oh my gosh, I go in on it. I show how it's straight FBA all day. It was originally, it didn't start with Kool Herc. It didn't start with Flash nor Ben Body. It started with DJ Disco King Mario. And
you can't leave out Dolomite. What's his name? Ray
in the baby space. I know all them dudes, Booby, which is DJ Phase, you know what I mean? Young Black Jack, all them cats over there, all the I interviewed Trixie, Sasa, Dancing Doug, all them original B-boy that originally James Bond, all them different cats, Trixie. So the actual founders of hip hop, all them cats was Black American, FBA. Later, you know, Puerto Ricans, they became the first students of hip hop. And then you had Jamaicans and all them, they became influenced hip hop through the Fat Boys and Shinehead. Prior to them, you ain't hear, and then also KRS-One. But prior to them, you ain't hear none of that in no FBA hip hop. All that was from straight cold Black American. And just like they trying to upset hip hop from us, they try to upset the United States from us. And they trying to upset anything that's considered indigenous. If you talking, you know, the Pacific Island, wherever. But we, FBA, we know we are the indigenous people of that land called the United States, and we built that country, period. If it wasn't for us, the United States would not be where it's at.
I brought that up to bring up this point. Like it's all in the hip hop. It's all in our music. Like as far as like kung fu
Right.
and all of that stuff. Wu Tang, right? I mean, so you gotta, black people gotta remember, we've been in each other's cultures. We've been. I mean, if anybody got the right to cosplay niggas, it's gonna be the Asians, bro. They've been like right there, ground zero the whole time, like that, and it's like we've been born from their culture. So like when y'all see K-pop and all that type of stuff, like kind of like keep that in your mind. Remember how many rappers and movie stars and stuff like that we didn't use mimicking Bruce Lee and kung fu movies and all that type of stuff. Like, I mean,
That's
just
a fact.
keep that.
Well, remember all that, but yeah, true. But that came later, though. That wasn't the first time. Right? I'm gonna tell you this. When it came to rap, when you talking about like Coke La Rock, Busy B, all them Kumo D, all them different dudes, they was just talking about the black struggle. But you are correct. One of the things when you was either a black spade or if you was in the Zulu Nation / and you wanted to become a Zulu king and you got to battle the 5 Zulu masters and all that shit. One of the things you had to learn was martial arts. And a lot of people, now you had a lot of cats that was coming out of the Vietnam War, you know what I'm saying, that knew martial arts. And a lot of them, quiet as it's kept, we might not want to admit it. Remember, a lot of the militancy, they learned watching the Nation of Islam too. Because remember, a lot of them dudes, my father, he was a major figure in the Nation of Islam from out of Philly in Temple number 12 Mosque. My father known as Lieutenant Louis Alil Good. And he was in number 12 Mosque, and them dudes, they was marching and stepping and moving like soldiers, you know, and that influence, like you said, you look at Bobby Hill, E. Newton, you see how the Japanese was involved. That's where the communism come in. Even when you talking a lot, I mean, what I'm speaking is in the files, is in the public. So I'm not saying it's not known.
Black people in the Communist Party been fucking around. We've been doing business for a long time. So this ain't nothing new.
Absolutely.
This is half the reason.
That's where a lot of these guns.
This is half the reason why I tell people like y'all gotta understand the nature of or the relationship of Black African Americans to the United States government. We basically be like some national security risk because we ain't really got no allegiance to nothing. We ain't got no reason to have no allegiance to the United States government. We don't have no reason to have no allegiance to the land, especially if you don't own nothing, right? So it's like when they see us palling around with the Chinese and shit like that, they don't know if we acting as double agents because we done it before with the British and we burnt down Washington. You see what I'm saying? When we burnt down Washington, you see what I'm saying? So we've done it before, played double agent, and that's why like it run deeper. It run a little bit deeper than just they don't like you because you black. It run a little deeper than that, man. But let's get to the build up, bro.
All right, so DJ Genesis. DJ Genesis. Continue where we left off at. Yeah, she can help me out.
We finna keep on rapping. We can keep rapping until she pop up.
Yeah, she got I want her because I'm on a schedule. What time is it where you at right now? It's 11:21 p.m. over here.
It's 2:21 over here.
Oh, it's 2:21. So yeah, absolutely. So, even when you talk about a lot of the armor,
mic cutting out.
Oh, okay.
Is everybody's mic cutting out?
There you go.
No,
I'm saying put back on we can put back on the piece.
Yeah,
Oh,
put
okay,
back
here
up
we
the
go.
video.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
Yeah, we was just talking till you got back. That's all.
Okay, so with that being said, with the root epics, because we are dealing with cycles of man, right? And evolution of time. Break down how all of this fits
Put
together
the video up,
with
Genesis.
the stars,
Oh, it's
the
playing. Oh, my
foresight.
bad. You can't see it.
It's playing, but you can't see the screen.
Oh, my bad, guys. Sorry about that.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And right there, my son here with me too. He on my left hand side bottom. Let's get it.
The yugas, because we see something in scripture in Ecclesiastes chapter 1 where it says there's nothing new under the sun. Everything goes through cycles. There's everything that's been has happened before and basically gonna happen again. So can you go into the explanation of the cycles, the yugas, and so forth, and how everything kind of lines up scripturally with that?
Yes, absolutely. For one to understand that it aligns, we have to trace the Hebrews' understanding originally before it became diluted in religion. Once we establish the fact where the Hebrews came from, then we can understand the sciences behind what they were dealing with. And the main information that they were dealing with to understand their cycles and seasons by the way of telling the stories of incarnation were the Yuga cycles. The Yuga cycle that we in right now is known as the Kali Yuga, the age of the destruction, which in the scripture we call it the time of the Gentiles, where you see this in the books of Daniel. We see this in the 2nd chapter, along with the 7th chapter, going into the 12th chapter. So when one understands the Yuga cycle and the scientific breakdown of how to use the Yuga cycle, then we can understand what we see in the Genesis. We can understand the 7 menorah candlestick. We can understand the 6-pointed, what we know as the is it the pentagram, which is 6 points, and then the 7 is the center, the 7 days a week, the 7-week Shabbat, 52 days in the week, which is 7 plus 2, 5 plus 2 equals 7. 7 was a very important, significant number. And when we look into the Far East records, along with the Near East records, this 7 always aligned by the way of cycles. The only time it became days strictly is when we see it in the Western world, where they're taking these things literal. Now, can one take the 7 root cycles and look at them literally? Sure, they can, when they understand themselves, one as Elohim, and 2 that they are multidimensional people. So yes, within this plane of existence that we are, we can take the 7 root epics and define it as days, so we can create a calculational chart how we define our seasons when we want to do our feast. But the initial intent wasn't just to operate like that, but to give us an understanding of our origin and how we can operate and move with this within each dispensation or anywhere within the multiverse that we make manifest. So we have to look at the Yuga cycle, and within the Yuga cycle, we see that this 7 comes into the being, and we see it roughly 311 trillion 40 billion years ago. We see that, and we see the ending of the 7. We see this etheric being that we call Elohim going into a watery element. We see this in the Genesis, the hovering over the abyss or the waters of this Elohim. We call that 2nd root epic the Molecurian root epic, which Theosophists call the Hyperborean. We see this trickling down more into a bony structure or an embodiment in human form that we call the Tamanadu root epic or the Hadamic root epic, which is known as the Lemurian root epic. We see now that our bodies are crystallizing more, but the body isn't fully coarse. So we still moving like clumsy like with a bony structure. As we develop, as the ego starts to dominate more and it starts to solidify more, the body structure starts to solidify. Then we get into what we know as the Patalian root epic, or what we know as the Atlantean root epic. And we see, and when one wants to know a date, so I can give the people an understanding, we see the Lemurian root epic coming around 187 million years ago. We see the decline of the Lemurian root epic 12 million BCE, which really ruptured the Tamana root epic was two things. We see a comet known as Condor hit the surface of the planet and it destroyed many of the giants within the Lemurian root epic, along with the dinosaurs. And then you also see in 12 million BCE major volcanic eruptions that took place. And now you're starting to see the process of the Lemurian root epic going into mad tribalisms. And then you see one of the major subgroups from out of the Lemurian root epic known as the Ramohos. The Ramohos come roughly around 5.5 million BCE from out of the Sumatra, Madagascar, Tanzania area. And they start migrating into West Africa. And they build something known as the Eye of the Sahara. The Eye of the Sahara pushes from Northwest Africa or West Africa into what is known as the City of the Golden Gate, what we know today as South America. South America had became two breakups from another flood roughly around 200,000 BCE. One side, the south, was known as Ruta. The north was known as Datia. 80,000 BCE, we see this destruction of Datia. It leaves Ruta. Plato calls it, in his writings, Post-Adonis. Some people pronounce it as Poseidonis. Post-Adonis or Ruta was the last portion of the Patalian or Atlantean root epic, and Ruta Adatia became destroyed 9,564 BCE, which is known as Noah's flood. So you have the antediluvian root epic that we talked about, which we know as the etheric state or the Elohim root epic, the molecule root epic, the Tamanadu root epic, and a remnant of a major portion of the Patalian or the Atlantean root epic, and then you get into post-diluvian. That is the end of the what you call the Atlantean root epic, and now you're getting into the Aryan root epic. The Aryan root epic occurs roughly 1 million BCE. Now you're starting to see the origin, the direct origin of your oldest Hindu castes, your Kameshians. And I don't mean the Kameshians through the sons of Ham. I'm talking about the pre-dynastic Kameshians, such as your Nagas, such as your Nakals and your Scorpion Kings, and all this. Now you're seeing that post-diluvian till you get to the sons of Noah. Right now, we are in post-diluvian. We're in the post-diluvian root epic known as Aryan or the noble root epic. right now. We're in the 5th one. We still have another 25,000 years before we get to the Indigo, which is known for the Indigo root epic. And then after that, we have the Shabbat root epic. So that will be some time after that.
Okay. So going into, because you have mentioned we in the Kali Yuga, which is the last yuga before the cycle restarts. So once the age of this yuga, or the age of the Gentiles, as you mentioned, is over, theoretically we should be going into the Shatra yuga. Now, would you classify that as the kingdom of Elohim here on earth?
Absolutely, absolutely. In the process, we're seeing that now through the sign of the coming of the shadow of the kingdom of Yah that sits in Damon, Israel. So we seeing this manifestation slowly taking place, and this revival first of the children of Israel rising in the Western Hemisphere and all over the world from first a religious mind state. Because you got to remember, the Israelites are coming. Remember, we were scattered amongst the nations of the earth because of our disobedience to uphold the righteous principles of Torah, to be an example and to guide the nations by the way of emanation to a certain plane of consciousness. So, what you see us, we're waking up. You're seeing this rise of Israel Hill, 1798. You see the rise of Prophet Frank S. Cherry, 1886. Prophet William S. Crawley, 1896. Rabbi Leon Richelieu out in Brooklyn, New York, 1899. You're seeing this rise of Rabbi Wentworth A. Matthews, Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford, Rabbi Reuben, Rabbi Eliyahu Bowie, etc., etc. You're seeing this catharsis, but they know that they're Israelites, but the understanding tenets were religious and bent. As they developed, they started to take on a nationalistic overtone, until which you see me develop what is known as Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism. And as we develop more, then we start to form sovereign nationalism into civilization. And then from civilization, basically, Yahweh on earth as it is in the heavens. So, yes, we are in the Sahara time where we're seeing now Hebrew Israelites understanding themselves from a nationalistic perspective, to now opening their eyes, understanding that they are divinely Elohim or Ahayim, embodied in human form. When you look at the when you look at the pantheon of all the ancient nations of the earth, where one fails to understand that what you see is these nations worshiping the nation of Israel when they were known as Elohim. Remember when you go into Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 7, it says, when the Most High divided the sons of Noah, or the nations, he divided them based on the boundaries of the sons of Israel, right? And when you look at the sons of Israel, or Jacob, coming to the land of Egypt, and what we see, or in Exodus chapter 1, you'll see that 69 souls came in. Joseph was already there, so that made 70 souls. When you go into Genesis chapter 10, we see that there are 70 nations. So in essence, Israel existed pre or before they embodied themselves as the sons of Jacob, as the 70 Elohim. Each Elohim watched over the development of each nation amongst the 70 nations. So yes, we are in a charge where that is going to happen again. We lost focus of that because we let the nations create pantheons of us, right? And they started to worship, and the people fell. This is why all the pantheons or all the ancient nations are the same, They just have different names because in essence, they're really worshiping the Israelites before we were known as the Israelites. We were Elohim, and our charge was to watch over the 70 nations within their evolution, emanation, growth, and development on this plane of existence, but we lost focus of that.
So I have a question. So are you pretty much saying that all the religious pantheons started off with the Hebrew Israelites?
No. What I'm saying is they started off worshiping like 70 Elohim or God consciousness, right? And later on, through incarnation, you see this God consciousness. I don't like really using that word God, but I'm gonna say Elohim consciousness, right? And that Elohim consciousness became embodied in human form. Like if you go right now to the Hindus, I'm gonna use them as an example, and you go into Brahmanism or Hinduism, whatever, they have something known as the Manu. And with the Manu, these are incarnation of a force in human form that helps to change the course of history if the course isn't continuing within its natural state of moving forward and upward. So when you understand the 70 nations in the 10th chapter of Genesis, it's not talking about the 70 nations of the world. Remember, I already broke down it wasn't a global flood. It was only a regional flood. So by it being a regional flood, them 70 nations that these Elohim would watch and guide, who later in their history would embody themselves as the children of Israel, right? That it wasn't all the nations of the earth. See, we are putting things back in proper perspective. See, once you take away the fact that it's not talking about all the nations of the earth, then it makes clear sense that, okay, these group of people that come from the same line had this pantheistic understanding of how they did things. Okay, but that's just one set of people or peoples in a certain region that may not have anything to do with another region. So once we get it out of our minds that for some reason, when one's talking about the flood, they talk about the whole planet. And it was only like 8 people that lived, and that's not what it say. Anybody that understand how to read these scripts and they look on the ground, different events affect different nations and tribes. Like in Africa, I'm so grateful that I'm able to be on the ground and study many African cultures and tribes. They have traditions even of their own in certain tribes that may have affected them in the geography sense, the tribal sense, the national sense. So basically within the anthropology of things, so to say, there was an effect, you know what I'm saying, on that Pacific tribe, and they may have a tradition to remind them of events. That's the same when we're talking about the 70 Elohim watching over the 70 nations. Later on, them 70 nations created certain pantheons to worship these 70 Elohim, so to say. These 70 Elohim embodied themselves in human form. The whole objective of the Better Sheet is to show that Elohim is man and man is Elohim.
Here's a
and
question.
when I say man, yeah, but go ahead, DJ.
You traveled around the whole continent of Africa. You went to Nigeria, you know, and in Nigeria they have the Orisha. Is the Orisha and the Elohim the same thing?
Yes, they have. I'm gonna say this: the Orisha and the Elohim concept go back to the original source. Now, why am I saying it like that? Simple, because what we define today as either the Orisha or the Elohim, there has been modifications because on both sides, because we're in a new dispensation of time, meaning certain things that may have been effective in ancient times for those that understood and have the practice of dealing with the Orisha, if they're dealing with the Ifa traditions, or the Hebrews that dealt with a Kabbalistic thought, dealing with Elohim, they dealt with these powers, so to say, in accordance to what was going on environmentally with them. So now we're in a different environment. Yes, we still deal with, you still have those that deal with the Orisha, you still have those that deal with the Elohim, but it's modified. So that's why I say the concept of Elohim today and the concept of Orisha today, they both go back to the same source. They do. They go back to the same source. Now, the name or label, the source that was labeled, we only can express it through symbolism. Because the only ones that are the true, heirs of that expression were those that existed at that time when these ideas became manifested from thought to reality. So it was more or less of an action that made the Orisha exist, or the Elohim exist, by the way of an action or a function in one's actions and attitude. And then later on, as people started traveling amongst our people, and again, that's because I'm saying that all people on the earth don't go back to the same source. It could be possible some people here came down through from a star constellation. It's that the universe and the multiverse is so vast. You know what I mean? There's no way we can deny other life force. So to say so what I'm saying is, this may sound crazy to some people, but what I'm saying is though, FBA, the Foundational Black American, is a whole nother different entity. They are different. I'm saying the entity they are is Elohim. All people on the planet you might have some that's earthbound. Somebody came from another constellation. Somebody came by way of another dimension. When you read in that Bereshit or that Genesis, you see an Elohim coming from one dimension to another. And in the process of that 311 trillion, 40 billion year event, so to say, right? You see the residue of the body of the cosmic Elohim, known as Adam HaChachma. The residue becomes the universe. This is why you have everything in the universe, but everything in the universe don't have you. It's something that they lack, but you got all the elements because you didn't come from the universe. You didn't come from the universe, DJ Genesis. The universe came from you. You see what I'm saying? So we on a whole nother playing field. Like before anybody can build what like Hebrew Israelite sovereign nation, they will have to know what we define within our spiritual realm. Because remember, the YouTube media is being used, or I'm gonna say social media is being used as like a catalyst to make it seem like the Hebrew Israelites are monolith, and that's not true. And once they find out that the predominant Hebrew Israelite people, they don't even believe in the 12 tribe chart. They don't even believe in the New Testament. They don't even acknowledge, what we see as scholarship on social media. Most of the prominent scholars, in the Hebrew Israelite culture, you got to be on the ground. And I brought some of them to you, DJ Genesis, on your show. So you would have to be on the ground to really know these people verse, because they not into like scholars and people that's out there putting in work. Most of the time, or a lot, they not really on social media unless they came from out of that era where that might have influenced them. Where with me, I'm on the ground and I tackle with social media. You see what I'm saying? Whereas though a lot of the elders in the community, they don't tackle with social media. They dealing straight hands down. So I'm saying that you formulated everything. When you read in them first pages of Bereshit, you talk about time travel, and by the way, of what we call in Hebrew cosmogenesis, by the way of what they will call macabre light. And you see this macabre when you look at sacred geometry. You see what I'm saying? This is how we time travel from one dimension to another by the way of thought. And you can see it when you understand the anatomy of the Elohim body going into human form. Everything is our architectural structure by the way of mathematics and geometry.
You know, I had an Omar Awol that was up here who was you know, he was the Omar Awol Fasak, and he was talking about the Merkaba and the plasma universe and how
Facts.
Yeah, so and he is an Ifa priest, so it's like interesting how these kind of things are.
There are definite similarities. You have priests and Babalaos. Even when you break down the word Babalao, you see the word Levi or Lawa or Levi. That's why many Babalaos that practice Ifa tradition, a lot of them say that they're descendants of the Levitical priesthood. And when you go to Nigeria, there are stories in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? When you go to Lagos and you go deep in Nigeria, in southern Nigeria, you can go to a group of people known as the Imo Yom Korom people, which in Yoruba vernacular means the strange people, but they call themselves Bene Ephraim. And they've been there since they ran during the Assyrian Medo-Persian captivity and wound up going into southern Nigeria, and they have them parched and they dated it too. They got them parched in Aramaic, the Torah.
What?
It's in parched they got it. You can look it up right now. They got it in parched in like sheepskin or something of that nature. And they history, they saying that they Ephraimites. They children, so we know, and the crazy thing about it, I sat amongst some of them from southern Nigeria when I was over in Dimona, Israel, and I did an interview with them, and I put it up on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? And they was breaking down how before them, there was nobody there in Nigeria. There was nobody there. So they named it in the Yoruba vernacular, Daomi, which meant good water. But that word Daomi moved further to the coast and it became known as Dahomey. And then that area where they was at, they were saying that more and more people, surrounding tribes start coming in, and later it became known as Nigeria.
Well, I've heard that the Yoruba tribe came from Sudan. There's some.
Say that one more time.
There's some people I heard that came from either Egypt or Sudan or Nile Valley, like the Cushites.
I mean, yes, there are. Well, the Yoruba, they have, people don't understand. They have a mixture. They say that they have a mixture of stories, but where people fail to understand, it's not, when you on the ground, you understand, it's not an actual mixture, but it's more or less because of demarcation stations and people were being moved, like the demarcation stations were being moved, that some of the stories became fragmented as if they were separate stories, but they're not really separate stories.
Right.
But they're a continuation. They're a continuation. Okay, they're a continuation. And I'm speaking from the ground. You know what I'm saying? I'm speaking directly from the ground. They're speaking about, with historians, if one wants to admit it or not, they're speaking about what is known as the Bantu expansion. Or with historians, they call the Bantu expansion, but it's more of the fleeing. It's the fleeing from invading powers coming into Northeastern Africa and upsuring the land, right? And driving the indigenous populations of Northeastern Africa, falsely called the Middle East, deep into the body of Africa, as Dr. John Hammer Clark said. That's what Sheikh Anti-Droop said. That's what Yosef A.A. Ben Yochanan or Dr. Yosef A.A. Ben Yochanan said. That's what Dr. Lavelle said. That's what Dr. Ashaka Muksha Barashingu said. And a host of many other scholars and people on the ground. And one of the things I tackle that I love to like smear and people face is as a man by the name of Adad the Danite. He was an explorer, and he was dark-skinned indigenous Israelite from the tribe of Dan. And he was in the 9th century ACE, and he spoke about the Israelite tribes that resided in East Africa. And he gave the location. So I myself, because I'm in East Africa, I did certain research, with some of my colleagues, and we went to these regions. And in these areas, there are still Israelite communities all throughout East Africa. I've been to South Africa. There's countless Israelite communities throughout South Africa. Shout out to all my Israelite brothers over there in South Africa. There are Israelites here in Tanzania. There are Israelite communities throughout Kenya. There are Israelite communities in West Africa, Central Africa, all over the continent of Africa that have, and a lot of these Bantu speaking tribes, they are telling us that they came from Israel out of their own mouth without the influences of any European imperialism. So we know for a fact. You can't just say, oh, the so-called, because like I said in the last presentation, tell us to show the deed. We can show y'all indigenous tribes right now that I know personally of royal families in the southern Negev and southern Israel, where they got proof of their deed that they've been on that land over 2,500 years before any European that called himself, that JJ word, so to say, right? Because I ain't trying to get your your show struck. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of sensitivity right now going on. But to keep it a bean, neither one of them, nor the Palestinians, none of them is indigenous to the land. That's your land, so-called black man in the United States of America. That's your real estate. You got the deed to that. How do you have the deed? Because there's still indigenous Israelite tribesmen and women and Ishmaelite tribesmen and women being misclassified as Afro-Palestinians, right? That they'll tell you themselves who they are, and they'll show you their deeds. See, that's what I'm on. Show me the deed, because we know the story of 1894, and we're going to get the story straight from out the horse's mouth. I ain't going to get into that, but DJ Genesis, we're going to surprise the people for the future. Put it like that. Just know that there are people that can give us the understanding to understand what is really going on in Israel, right? And who rightfully that land belonged to by the way of deed. That's the key. That's the key. Not negotiations, and then them negotiations turn to deception. Now we speaking geopolitically. These are the Israelites that they hide from social media. They want us to think we are not geopolitically involved, but y'all got to remember my late grandfather, the late Prince Asiel ben Yisrael, ben Shaliat ben Yisrael, international ambassador, prime minister of the Kingdom of Yah and Damon in Israel, Northeastern Africa, the late Ben Ami. These dudes were geopolitically in world affairs. This is why this argument about Hebrew Israelites, they ain't this, that, if they understood how the Israelites were moving in the 60s, 70s, 80s, all the way to now in Africa, dealing with African heads of state, in Asia, dealing with, Asian, royal families and presidents and leaders. These dudes, Prince Asiel was geopolitically involved in world events. That cannot just be looked at as just religious. These world events that the Israelites were involved in geopolitically on a global level, whether an Israelite like it or not, no matter what school of thought they come out of, it's going to affect you. It's going to affect you. We winning right now. We winning. Their own people are now at y'all ain't the people. Y'all ain't take no DNA. They don't have no DNA of no ancient Israelite blood. Life is in the blood. You let these people fool y'all and tell y'all, oh, take a DNA test to prove that you're an Israelite. Even those that call themselves that JJ word, they ain't never proved that they were Israelite. How they prove that to y'all? All they did was take what they would call their J1, J2 haplogroup or haplotype, the CMH fake gene, and they identified it with modern people that had them similar genetic markers, and then they named it the Cohen model haplotype or haplogroup, or this priestly gene, and y'all ran with that bogus ass lie. Y'all fell for that. Where they show in that study that they abstracted ancient DNA blood from ancient Israelites 2,500, 3,000 years ago. I bet you they can't show you. So if they can't show you, how did they prove that they were Israelites? Why? Because I can go into Black Americans and we can live in distant places, but we still have the same markers. Like, this is dumb. And we went for that. We went for that. They identify modern people, not ancient people. So the DNA ain't going to tell you, oh, you go back to the ancient Israelites or the ancient Cometians or the ancient Walsatals. It's not going to say that, because they're not abstracting no blood from or ancient blood from them ancient people. It's theoretical, man. That ain't real. Now, one might say, well, what about if you take a DNA test of a child? That's different. I always hear them make that argument, but that's different, because that's immediate DNA, meaning that from a father to a child, that's different. Remember, life is in the blood. So yeah, they can determine right there if that's your child or not, because life is in the blood. Verse, show us where they got some ancient Israelite blood at. Where that at? They are identifying other modern so-called Jews. I don't even want to use that. Let me strike that, because I ain't trying to get people that are practitioners of that, right? They just identify simple because they were in these modern knitted communities within the past couple hundred years. So, okay, y'all that's why, if you notice, it only go back a certain amount of generations and then it stops. You ever ask yourself that? They ain't never take you back to Aaron 3,000 years ago. Read the study. It's not saying that they descendants of Aaron, even though they say it. How they descendants of Aaron, they only went back a certain amount of generations, man. They didn't prove that. Show me Aaron's blood. Show me some living blood from Aaron right now. They can't do that, man. And y'all went with that. Y'all listen to that man. Oh, yeah, if you're an Israelite, go take a DNA test. What you mean? You can't even take a DNA test to prove you're an Israelite. Yeah, you can take a DNA test to prove you're Jewish. Yeah, but an Israelite and being Jewish is two different things. They got people thinking they the same. No, they not. Judaism ain't nothing but anybody that practiced the religion Judaism. Israelites, now you're identifying yourself by the man Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. Now you identifying with a people. And y'all don't have no blood of Jacob. This is dumb. That's like what the brother was just saying, like, they can't prove thus, which he was correct. They don't have no blood. And that's the argument what Tucker was saying. He was saying out of his mouth, take a DNA test, because y'all don't have no day. And then he went into the 15th chapter of the book of Genesis. And that chapter talking about the 400 years in captivity and then returning back to the land of the promise. From the great river Egypt, talking about the Nile, starting in Uganda, 4,200 miles long, dropping into the Mediterranean, to the Euphrates, talking about Iraq, northeastern Africa. And we could tell through the flora and fauna that it's the same. It's the same by the way of flora and fauna. And how Israel sit right on what they call the African tectonic plate. We gotta stop playing games and just deal with truth. These people are upsurers, man. There's no way we in the age where it's easy and clear to see that. You know what I'm saying? We arguing over things that we know ain't true. Is the Israelites black? Well, y'all know damn well the original Israelites was black. This is dumb. This is dumb. We know that the original Egyptians was black. We know, if they want to call them Cometians, we know that the original people of Asia, the Anu and all the Han dynasty, they was black. We know that the original peoples of the Americas, they were black before Mongol natives came and took over by the way of Siberia. But there was tribes here even before them.
When you say black, what you mean like just dark skin, not just
yeah. I mean like dark skin because we know black for us is geopolitical and base, and it's not the same. Like we are the ones that romanticize. We black politically. Black politically. Because we the ones that when we was traveling around the world, because I see it on the ground, we the ones that popularized that to the point where people call themselves black, but originally that was labeled toward us. You know what I'm saying? And nobody else, only FBA. You know what I mean? This is why we can take the mantle of that term FBA, which is a lineage. Just like I was saying before, like when they try to say this is one of their entrapments, they'll say something like, well, y'all in deliberation. I'm like, okay, but that's not all FBA. If we talk over 44 to 45 million FBA, we all don't acknowledge the same thing, but we're all FBA because it's a lineage. And once we get into that mind state, then from there we can maneuver in a sense like other nations. Like all Chinese people don't believe in the same thing, but they all Chinese. This is easy to understand. That's the same when we in the redefinement stage of who we are, because there has to be deliberation. We the ones that, listen, I'm on the ground. I'm telling you, the world want to be FBI. I'm just telling you straight with no chaser. They ain't no, I'm on the ground. They ain't trying to be, they on Black Americans. And that's just facts. They ain't no, we move the whole planet. Anybody that traveled this world and been on that ground, they know that Black Americans are the apex of the resistant movements and the freedom struggle for everyone around the world. And that is a fact.
I like where you're going with that, right? Because that's what Naga is always talking about, right? We're talking about the maroonage, the maroon bloodline, the maroon blood that flow through you. The reason why we are completely resistant against the quote unquote white man, right? Quote unquote white supremacy is because we have a long history of resistance against this. You see what I'm saying? Like it's literally built into our DNA. It's built into our DNA to resist. You see what I'm saying? So like the slave narrative that they taught us was just propaganda. It was propaganda. They was actually getting their ass whooped. You see what I'm saying? And like this is one of the things that we talk about. So-called black people, what we call maroons or Americans, MERIKIN, American, either American or maroon, whichever term you want to use. That's what, when y'all keep saying FBA, that's what y'all talking about. When you say foundational Black, American, African American, when you talk about those people, you're talking about the ones who fought against this country, not the ones who went with. You're talking about the ones who went against. You see what I'm saying? And it's like you can see it. You can see it in our lineages because every nationalist group we create is a secessionist group. Every single last one of them. Ain't no group that we create is it going along with any of these policies or anything of that nature. Is everything we do is in total reverse of them. They say what's up. We say it's going down. You feel you?
I
You
know.
feel we're in total rebellion constantly. Everything we do, our language is in rebellion against them. The way we dress is in rebellion against them. The way we season our food, They don't like season. You see what I'm saying? Well, they don't season. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we're the polar opposites. And it's like if you are FBA, you should have this pride of being a Maroon. When you see that red, black, and green flag, you ought to know that is the flag of resistance around the world. You see what I'm saying? And when it comes to our Haitian brothers, I keep calling the Haitians the proto African Americans. They're the proto African Americans because they were the first African Americans. They the first real African Americans. The brothers down there in Haiti and the ones that liberated those people down there in Mexico and stuff like that. What's his name? Inyanga, I think his name is. Yes, Mexico. Yes. We've been doing this Maroon shit. Like this Maroon, we've been going against the colonials. And it's a long history of us fighting against them. Like I told you earlier, we burned down the Washington. That's part of your African American lineage. That part of your African American heritage. They just don't tell you about it. They tell you the British did it, but they don't tell you that the British enlisted 4,000 African Americans, and they were the ones who did it. They just don't tell you that shit. They just tell you that they British.
I have a question. What do you? Well, first I want to welcome Scam Chan to the channel. He's been very quiet. Do you have anything to say, Scam Chan? Or hello, Scam Chan, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
I was just wondering because you've been quiet. I want you joined. I wanted to say welcome to the panel. Was there any questions that you had or statements?
Well, the only statement that I got is the same statement I usually always have, but this one's a little different. I was always wondering why the so-called Hebrew Israelites always sound angry all the time.
The one you mean the ones on the street, like the ones?
I mean, they should sound angry. Well, I mean, if you follow the story in the book, and then you attribute the story in the book to what you're going through right now, you should be angry too.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if you relate to the story,
is that a question? Is that a question?
Yeah, that was a question, bro.
Oh, okay. I can give you with the ones that you see on the street corners, they believe in the verse in the scripture. In Isaiah, it speaks about cry loud, spare not. So they believe, like, because they've been in captivity and the resistance from what we're talking about. So you'll see them pushing that, and many of the old head Israelites from the 50s, 60s, 70s, even going back to William S. Crawley, we see him speaking on street corners back in 1894, 1895. So you see him in Lawrence, Kansas doing it. You see him in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania on Lombard and South doing it. So we see this in this masculine energy, so to say, being passed on to this particular school of thought. But to make it clear again, the Hebrew Israelite culture is not a monolith. So you have Israelites like from where I come out of, and I'm over here in the East. I live in two locations. I'm originally from Philly though, but I live in Tanzania, East Africa, and I live in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa. So when you around them Israelites, you're not going to see that. So most people, they don't understand why they're getting this image. But just to give a little synopsis, before the millennium hit, roughly around 1999, there was something that was created and put out by the FBI known as the Project Megiddo Act. And within the Project Megiddo Act, they were targeted Israelite communities, mainly those from the One West, as known today as ISUBK, but originally they were just called UPK, Universal Practical Knowledge. Some say it was known as the Israelite Church of UPK, some say the Israelite school. But the point is, the FBI was trying to do a comparative study with them along with the neo-Nazi organizations, things of that nature. So they started to try to link certain similarities through this Y2K scare. But we see the same tactic when we see in the late 1950s, roughly around 1958, we see the COINTELPRO. You know what I mean? We see what is known as the counterintelligence program. But it was, you know, targeted communists and different things like that, but it became centralized for Black Americans as it developed. Then from that, we start to see born what is known as the King Alfred plan. And in that plan, we see this target of our people, which would later born Rex 84. And within the Rex 84, now you're seeing them now bring the American Indian movement involved and certain Latino organizations like the Latin Kings and others like that. Then you see Project Megiddo. So to say all that is within this report, and once the Southern, these guys from the Southern League and all them was putting out this propaganda as if it was a monolith. So that idea of Hebrew Israelite thought, now they're spreading it through social media by the way of certain access to social media and people involved in social media. So then that became like the face of Hebrew Israelite culture and thought. That's why most questions, like I've been doing this for 34 years. So I've heard like the same questions over and over, but most of them questions that I asked the Israelites, that's not even of that school of thought, are preconceived rubber stamp questions that is really for that specific group. You see what I'm saying? So
I would say this, that what about they have this thing called the Great Milestone, GMS, and they were,
yes, I know about
they are exceptionally, I mean, like they're gonna be raping people in the streets, and they're gonna be killing.
That's another one, West. You got to understand the history behind these people. The Great Millstone of GMS is found by a man by the name of Tahar. Tahar was a prominent leader in the original UPK. You gotta, he was like a little, I think he became a General Tahar. And General Yohana from out of ISUBK, they were all in the original UPK together. They were students of these original 7 apostles. You talking about Chief High Priest Ariat, the late Chief High Priest Ariat, the late Chief High Priest Masha, the late Chief, all these 7 chief priests. You see what I'm saying? So when they broke off, remember, I'm identifying that original UPK. That's why you see how you said Great Millstone, but they're originally a One West camp. You see what I'm saying? That's the ones that you see mostly on social media with the 12 tribe chart hollering, they come from a Pacific school. When that school broke down, it broke down into crews because the leadership of that original school, it fragmented. So when it fragmented, certain schools came from out of that, such as the Sons of Thunder, the Shield of Wisdom, the House of Israel, the Lions of Israel, ISUBK, just GMS, you know what I mean? Sakari, you know what I'm saying, et cetera, et cetera. These Pacific camps came from out of this original UBK, but that's not to talk about, you got the House of Yah, you got Beit Sedet, Kifraim.
Was Dr. York a part of that as well?
No, Dr. York, he learned from many people. He sat under Rabbi Matthews. He sat under different sheiks, you know, from the Sudan and just different people and learning things from various people. This is why he had, you know, before he was known as the Nuwabians, they were known as the Nubian Islamic Hebrews, also known as the Ansar Law community that came roughly around 1970 in Bushwick, New York. Dr. Malachi Z. York's original name, or his first known name, I mean, his name is Dwight York, his slave name, but he wound up becoming known as Iman Isa. And he had communities in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and West Philly, and they were known as Ansar Law, which in Arabic means aiders of Allah. Okay. And then as time went on, it got into more where he started now to get into some Hebrew. So some of his writings, you will see Yahshua Rabboni. You know what I'm saying? You'll see different things in this idea known as right knowledge. And he started to develop his own form of language known as Nuwabic, right? And the list goes on and on and on. But you can see that there were heavily influences with Zachariah Stitchin, his book, The 12th Planet, et cetera, because remember, when you read in Zachariah Stitchin joint, he talking about the Anunnaki coming from planet Neberu and going to, you know, and the atmosphere, they lived off of gold dust. So they had to go to this place known as Abzu. This is their teachings. Abzu, which is known today as South Africa, and have this primate that they spliced their DNA with the ape or the primate and produced the first Adam to gold mine. But in reality, when we understand how wicked this Euro Gentile beast is, that was all symbolism defining the Caesar Rose South African expedition. Because in their mind, Caesar Rose and the expedition were the Anunnaki who enslaved the beasts of the field, which was the South Africans, to gold and diamond mine for them. So we know.
So that's Zachariah Sitchin, right?
Yes, he had Zachariah Stitchin influenced Dr. Malachi Z. York. Yes, he did have a compound in Edenton, Georgia, but all that came later. Y'all see, a lot of people, they don't know the early days of Dr. York. A good brother.
You know, the reason why I'm asking that is because
hold on. I just want to say his name. I think the best person right now to talk about the very, very early days would be Brother Morpheus. Because he's also one of the former members of the Foursome D's. Dr. York, a lot of people don't know, a lot of them rappers from New York. Yeah, Dr. York was a singer. He was a singer. He was known as the Love Doctor. A lot of them, Jay-Z, Jazzo, all them different dudes from out Brooklyn that was rapping, a lot of them dudes, X-Clan, a lot of them dudes was going to Dr. York's studio. Dr. York funded a lot of them rappers out. Why? All you got to do is watch a lot of them old late 80s, early 1990s rap videos, and a lot of them is rocking that Ansar Law / Nuwabic stuff. But back in that time, they didn't call it Nuwabic then, because it was there, here and there within the Ansar Law community. But at the time when it was Ansar, but it didn't fully develop until you get the Right Knowledge series. Now you're talking about books or scrolls like Signs of Creation, Man from Planet Risk, where he was saying that he was 98 trillion years old and he was an incarnation of the green light. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, people like African Bambada. Yeah, Bambada. That's what I'm saying. Hip hop was hijacked. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling straight fact because I'll be 50 in a few months, but I remember, and I'm talking to direct links, hip hop was infiltrated by a cult mentality through Bambada. That's why they had to cut out DJ Disco King Mario. They had to cut him out because remember, DJ Disco King Mario was from North Carolina. He was from North Carolina, and he came into New York in 1967 and brought the foundation of hip hop to, you know, the parks and all that. This is way before Kool Herc. This way before Bambaataa. Bambaataa used to carry the crates for DJ Disco King Mario. Anybody that know the history of hip hop, they suppose it's straight FBA. It's straight FBA. It don't have nothing FBA. It started from a group known as the Little Raps. I'm telling you historical facts. It started from a group of Black American children from not the South Bronx, not the West Bronx, but the southeast section of the Bronx in a project known as Bronxdale Projects. The dominant gang at the time in the Bronx, this is a historical fact, was the Black Spades. Within the Black Spades, you had subdivisions or subgroups in the Black Spades. One was the Little Rascals that became known as the Baby Spades. And then you had the Young Spades. It was the Baby Spades like Little Booby or the Little Drummer Boy who became known as DJ Faze. Green Eye Stan, all these different dudes, they were influenced by cats rapping in the 60s like Pygmy Marham with I Got That Number and Here Comes the Judge. They was influenced by the Jubilaires and all them in 1945, 1946, rapping the Noah song. And then you got Cab Calloway in the Job Talk and all that going on. You got Revolution, the Black Power movement. You got the Civil Rights movement and funk music. That is what born hip hop. It was a resistant because preteens and teens had to care for themselves because a lot of their parents in the Bronx was either getting killed or hooked on drugs. So they resisted by creating revolutionary organs. Originally, the Black Spades was a revolutionary movement, youth-oriented movement. That's a fact. This is why when you see the meeting that they had on Whole Avenue to bring all these gangs together after little Black Benny got killed from the Savage Skulls. We got to know the history of hip hop. You understand? To understand this was a straight Black American movement. The dominant culture was FBA. It was FBA. When you look in our mothers and grandmothers' crates, you're going to find Dionne Warwick. You're going to find the Four Tops. You're going to find the Temptations. You're going to find Pygmy Martin. You're going to find Clarence Thomas. You're going to Clarence Carter. You're going to find, you know what I'm saying, this genre of music. James Brown, Jimi Hendrix. You're going to find this type of music in our collections. But when you go to them, they was listening to Moringa and Salsa. We was already toasted with my man from down south, Jocko the Bear Henderson. We was already dealing with two turntables in the mic. Right. Way before DJ Kool Herc. We talking facts. All 5 elements of hip hop existed down south. And it was brought in different periods of time to the north. And what they did was they codified it into a subcultural expression, which became known as hip hop. Even the name hip hop itself was founded, even though the hippity hop or them hip hoppers, that word already existed in our vernacular, before hip hop was even developed. But cowboy from the Bronx, a Black man, when he came back from the Vietnam War, he would say, a hip, a hip, That's where that came from. From the military, when he was in the military, he developed that during the Vietnam War. And then he came back with that name, even though the name itself existed already. But he was scatting it with
the song da ha da ha da
yes.
ha ha ha.
Yes. Because originally he was scatting. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, that's why you see how I'm proving. Even though I'm in Africa, our culture as foundational Black Americans, it reigns supreme. I'm telling you, you can look at all the other ain't come from no Jamaican toasting and all that was lies to take hip hop from us.
Was he from down south, that cowboy guy?
Cowboys, he was from New York. He was from New York, but his peoples was from down south. You got to remember, a lot of us came at different periods of time into New York from slavery to post-slavery. If you're talking about those that were on the slaves, I don't mean the indigenous populations that were already there and being driven out, but those that came by the way of the slave ship 1619 and after the Emancipation Proclamation, many of these 1865, many of these people start moving, our ancestors start moving forward and upward up north. You know what I'm saying? But the main one I'm focused on is the Great Migration. And when you look at the Great Migration, you see a change in New York. You see in the Cotton Club and the Harlem Renaissance and all these different stuff happen. All this played a role to affect the young spades or the baby spades to create hip hop. Booby was already dealing with the one turntable. They was developing this a certain way of dress, because you got to remember cats like DJ Hollywood and all them. They was going up Harlem. They was emulating the bosses out there. They was imitating Nicky Barnes and Frank Lucas and Fat Cat Nichols and all these different dudes. They was imitating them dudes. You know what I'm saying? But the young boys from the Bronx, a lot of them, they couldn't get in them type of clubs because they was on some street niggas shit. You know what I mean? They was on some gang shit. So they took gang culture and they formulated hip hop out of gang culture. If you look at breakdancing, it's really burning. I'm telling y'all facts, fuck the myth. Burning is the original name of breakdancing. And that was created by the Black Spades when they was talking about, I'ma burn you, nigga, because they would battle other crews in dancing. Trixie and Sasa and all them dudes, and what's the ball? Worm and all them. Excuse me. No, not Worm. Was it Worm? If I'm not mistaken, Monk, not Worm. Monk. Monk became the leader of the Black Spades after the leader Guru, who found the Black Spades. But Monk and all them, they was already burning breakdancing way back in the 60s, the late 60s and all that, and burning cats. Then it became known as breakdancing, what you call up rock and all that stuff. All that was created by Black Americans. They talking about the hustle. That was created by Black Americans because all that was born from out of this era. And then they later developed something called the Latin hustle. But all that do the hustle and all that, that's all FBA. Even when you talk, people don't like talking about it, but even when you talking house music was created by African Americans, alphabet people out in Chicago, because it was born from out of disco. And if you go to South Africa right now, you can see the heavy influences of house music in South Africa. The Afrobeat that was created by Fela Kinta from out Nigeria, who came to the United States in the 60s. He was influenced by the Black Power movement, funk music, jazz music, rhythm and blues, and took that sound back to Nigeria and fused it with Yoruba sound and created Afrobeat. That's a fact. And any real scholar will tell you that. And he himself said that, right? And you see Burna Boy. You see Burna Boy singing a lot of his music. But he was influenced. I'm telling you, like the brother been talking resistance. We're going to get back to the show. But that brother talking resistance, he's correct.
that we influence even through our music. It influenced the black space so much where they got when James Brown was like soul power, they say spade power. This is all the development of hip hop. But if you're not on the ground, meaning talking to the founders, see, I'm talking directly to the founders. I'm on the Scoreboard Keepers. Anybody want to go watch? You see me interviewing, founders of hip hop. The founder of The Last Poets, David Nelson, now known as Aquain Dawi Ben Israel. Historical facts that hip hop was created by Black Americans. We cannot get around that. That's a part of our history. And we ain't gonna let nobody tether our shit, period. That's us. That's the pain and suffering of what the youth went through at that particular time within that dispensation of our history. And we need to be proud of that. Because out of that, a lot of good came out of it. There were bad things too. But a lot of good came from, because remember, it was street. It was young bulls that were fighting racism, because you got to remember, the Bronx was segregated. It was segregated. You had Ricans on, you see it in the movie Bronx Tale. You got the Italian. And I'm from Philly, and I know this history. Even graffiti, that was created by Cornbread. And when I mean graffiti, I'm talking modern day graffiti in an artistic form. Graffiti really come from out of gang culture. You're talking the 1940s and all that, with a lot of them Black American gangs out of Philly. Even when you talk in Zulu Nation, Bambaataa didn't start. He's not the first one to start a Zulu Nation in the United States. The first Zulu Nation came in 1966 out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The second one came out of Ohio in 1969. It was a biker group. Bambaataa was influenced.
In Louisiana, they had the Zulu Nation.
They've been around too. They've been around too. But I'm talking about a gang. They wasn't a gang. When you look at Zulu Nation in Philadelphia, or Zulu Soul, these cats, they were absorbing other different gangs, just like Shaka. And that's the same thing Bambaataa did, because he was influenced by the 1964 movie Zulu that Michael Caine played in. He tell you this on Vlad TV, how he got the name Zulu by being influenced by that movie. But the Zulu movie, the Zulus in Philadelphia, they also, even though they were earlier, they were also influenced by Shaka, because some articles say it even go back to 62, but them articles are being questioned. But we know the oldest articles that we have is 66, and I showed them pictures on Scoreboard Keepers. But to say all that is, that's us. Hip hop is us. You know what I mean? Oh, and shout out to the Zulu Nation biker gang. That was a Black American gang out of Ohio in 1969. So Bambaataa wasn't the first one to come up with that concept. You see what I'm saying? And then Zulu Nation became, because they was originally called the Commission. And then they became Zulu Nation, then the Almighty Zulu Nation, then the Universal Zulu Nation, because they had to integrate different ethnic groups that were being influenced by hip hop all over the world. So, you know what I mean? Everybody now, they try to make it multicultural, but originally it was straight FBA. And then it spread around the world. That's just a historical fact. And that's not to shit on nobody, but that's just to tell the historical truth. It's FBA, period. You can, when you're ready, you can go back to the presentation, sister.
Okay, and but I wanted to ask about was, you know how everybody was all together. You know, you had the Hebrew Israelites. I mean, were all those leaders, including Dr. Yerk, all at once all working together at some point in the 60s?
I mean, a lot of organizations worked together in the 60s and even 50s and 40s. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, when they came to their beliefs, they deferred, but they didn't let. One thing I can say about our people, for the most part, back in them times, our people didn't let religio, political, national differences, you know what I'm saying, separate the common good. So when you see, you know, works like Black Judaism written by Landons and different people that talk about, even Prince Asiel, the late Prince Asiel, there's interviews on YouTube, and we see that the best friend of Farrakhan is the late Prince Asiel. They best friends. So knowing that, you know what I'm saying, that we've always worked together. This is why you see Dr. Khaled Muhammad the late Dr. Khaled Muhammad in 1978, chilling with Ben Ami and Prince Gabriel and Prince Amaniel, Ben Eleazar, and all them over in Dimona. A lot of people don't even know.
So
go ahead.
The Muslim movement and the Hebrew movement all worked and were cool with each other.
I mean, even to this day, I mean, what you see on social media, like this movement is going on. Let me show you how close this get. All right. The late Prince Asiel's son, one of his sons is Prince Yosef, or Crown Prince Yosef bin Asiel bin Israel. And his mother is a relative of Farrakhan. Okay, of Farrakhan. So what I'm saying is that even when Prince Asiel died or made transition to the isolated world of existence and pure will, you can see it right on YouTube right now. You see Farrakhan speaking at Prince Asiel's funeral. If you type in right now, you know, Farrakhan speaking at funeral of Prince Asiel, it's going to pop up. So on the surface, it's as if we're not working together. But when you get on the ground, like I'm over here in Tanzania, I'm over here with many repatriating organizations. I'm over here with Mama C and O'Neill and them. They Black Panthers that they exiled over here during the 70s and been over here ever since. And they're legends all over the world. I know these people personally. I just posted me and Mama C up the other day, which is Mama Charlotte.
So here's
and they live right over.
Do you think that the debate culture caused the divide where now you have different factions kind of going against each other?
I mean, on social media, on social media, but not the world view. Like, I work with so many different organizations. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
I don't mean like world view. I'm talking like New York, you know?
I mean, even that, you got Israelite communities in New York, like give a shout out to Shema Yisrael, give a shout out to Bet Shalom and all these different communities that don't have nothing to do with none of that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I can't compare what's going on social media to the ground because the ground is much bigger. So you might see on social media certain people that might not even be qualified. Like let's keep it a beat. Most cats on social media that make videos about other organizations in a negative way, they're not being funded nor told to do that by the leaders of them organizations. Like, here's a prime example for you. You got self-proclaimed, I'm not gonna put their names out there though. You got self-proclaimed Nation of Islam ministers that come on different platforms and come up against Israelites. And then you got Israelites that come up against certain platforms without no permission from them leaders and coming up against Nation of Islam, when the reality is that the actual leaders within the Nation of Islam. We talking about Tanetta Muhammad, which was Elijah Muhammad, one of his wives, Farrakhan, all they worked very close with the Israelites. So this is why when you look at the Million Family March, you see who speak before Farrakhan. First, you see Prince Asiel. Then after Prince Asiel, you see Ben Ami. And then you see Farrakhan. Ben Ami was one of the spirituals of this is a historical fact. You know, when you're a leader, you can have spiritual advisors. All leaders had advisors. One of Farrakhan's spiritual advisors was Ben Ami. That's a historical fact. So when we understand, not to say he was a spiritual leader, no, but he was a spiritual advisor to Farrakhan. Now, this is a fact. The point that I'm saying is we always work together on the ground. You see what I'm saying? Whereas though on social media, because people are social media driven, you know what I'm saying? They're driven that they look at social media as if that's the answer to what is actually going on. That's why when you look at TikTok and all them different joints, most of the stories in the news, it all be propaganda, it be bullshit. It be it don't be actual sound to the actual news or what's going on the ground. Like, for instance, if you watch the movie Set It Off with Queen Latifah, Vivica Fox, and all them on there, right? And if you watch that movie, remember when they first did their first robbery and then they got 12,000, but the news said that the bank lost 90,000. The point that I'm saying is the world mass, they looking at it as if Queen Latifah and them stole 90,000. But on the ground, and those that are really involved, they know that only 12,000 was took and that they said 90 to cover the banks or those that are involved and got some type of work ethic over that bank, been skimming off the money. And so they don't get caught. They just blame all that money was took by them to cover themselves up. You see, the point that I'm saying is you got ground news and then you got cyber media news. You know what I'm saying? So my whole point is that's why the Torah say it best. You need 2 to 3 eyewitnesses in Devarim or Deuteronomy chapter 19 verse 15. One witness is not enough. You need eyewitnesses, meaning ground footwork. You know what I mean? And you get a better understanding and a better appreciation that, okay, we got differences. That's fine. We a nation. We supposed to have differences. That's what nations share, collectivity and diversity. So you're going to have some Israelites that might be more extreme than other Israelites. Okay. You're going to have extreme Chinese people, and then you're going to have some that's not. The problem is they just use the black face as the guinea pig for whatever that makes money for them. That's why once they brought out all them lower record labels like Rough House that was in Philly, Loud, and, Duck Down, and all these different, record labels they got rid of. So major corporations can control and monitor what is being said on social media. Remember, people follow trends. Who creates the trends? Those executives, politicians, not politicians, but yeah, they're involved in politics. But those that control media, they control the minds of the people. It's like, before I continue where we left off, it's like if I control a form of media, I can say DJ Genesis every Sunday steals 1,000 Hershey Kisses from the corner store. And I can print that, I can post that, I can put it out there like that. And because our people don't do proper investigation, they automatically assume from the rip that's what you did. And that every week, once a week, you steal 1,000 Hershey Kisses from the corner store. The point that I'm saying is, even when you're dealing in journalism, journalism today is not journalism yesterday. You remember them journalists back in the day when we was coming up, a lot of them journalists was getting killed though, because they was on the ground. Journalists, they don't be on the ground like that no more. Where you see that at? Where your Walter Cronkites at? You're not gonna see no journalists on the ground like that, like they used to do back in the day. Most of these journalists is exchanging ideas from what they research and studied on social media, man. That's why most of that news be bullshit, because none of them cats is on the ground like back in the day. Remember back in the day, DJ Genesis, a lot of them journalists were on the ground. And you remember a lot of them journalists, they was getting kidnapped by hostile nations. Right? Y'all remember the Iranian scandal and all that in the late 70s with President Jimmy Carter and all that? Now they had hostages and all that, U.S. hostages, and some of them were journalists and all that. Yeah. You don't really see that no more, because most journalists, they're not on the ground no more. They're not on the ground. So you're not really you're just getting propaganda for the most part. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue where we left off at, DJ Genesis. The reason why we were chosen is we had to incarnate ourselves, right? Again, known as Yasha'Allah or Yisrael. This is why when you see Yaakov or Jacob wrestling with the Malach, or the angelic force, so to say, right? You see this rustling. But we know, metaphorically speaking, or symbolic, we're talking about now the lower self tapping into the higher self by the way of experience and incarnation to manifest the kingdom of Yah on earth.
Hallelujah. So, man, that's a lot of information to unpack. And I'm telling you, hey, if y'all don't understand what's going on, definitely go back to part 1. And once you finish watching part 1, come right back into this one right here. So that way you can get a better understanding, because it's a meat pack, basically. Me and a brother back in the day said anything that had a lot of information is a meat pack, because it's hard to digest, right? So this is a lot of information coming out with the cosmogenesis and the anthropogenesis. But once you get a base understanding of it, you can start seeing the correlation between the scriptures and between other ancient writings as far as the evolution, or should I say the progression of man through time and cycles here on earth. Did you have any questions, Hilltop? Yeah, go ahead.
Before you say anything, and the reason why I'm coming like this, so everybody to know, is because there has been a gross attack on the Hebrew Israelite community when they say on social media, Israelites, they don't have scholarship. So this is why I'm doing a lot of anthropological ground footwork research in Africa. I was sent over here, so everybody know, I was sent over here in 2021 by the late international ambassador and prime minister of the Kingdom of Yah and Damona, Israel, Northeastern Africa, by the late Prince Asiel ben Israel. He's the one that appointed me a prince, and he's the one that sent me on this mission actually before he died. Back in 1974, Prince Asiel and a delegation of Hebrew Israelites from Damona, Israel, and the United States went and were part of the 6th Pan-African Conference in 1974 in Dar es Salaam. So there was a deep connection with Prince Asiel and the people over in Tanzania. So he wanted me to come over here and build a mission for repatriators to come back. So it's very important for y'all to also support the cause of the work. Many people have come over here and they have seen the mission that I've been doing. Everybody know it's legit. It's legit. I have a nice mission compound where different people come and they retreat here in the guest house, but things cost. And one of the things that I'm trying to do, and I want to do it right after this podcast, is catch the bus, and I want to go see a group known as the No Yombo tribe, who says that they've been in this region or the Horn of Africa before the Somalians, and that they are part of the Northern Kingdom of Israel. And it took me over a year to get an exclusive interview with the tribal chiefs. So I need to leave today. I have room and board money and I have food money. I need bus ticket money. The bus ticket money round trip for who I'm connected with is $45 USD. We need the brothers and sisters to support the cause so I can bring this research. And I already told the Scorn Black Man podcast that they can use the video footage research on their show. And it'll be only on their show. And anybody that want to use that will have to go to the Scorn Black Man podcast or myself for permission to use that research, because what a lot of people fail to understand is that Africa is a continent with many nations and tribes. Tanzania alone has 125 tribes. And Hilltop is also a traveling man, not in the Masonic sense, by the way, but he's a traveling man and he goes to different countries and he will tell you that some areas are very hostile. You have areas like what I'm doing, in some places I can literally lose my life because there's information that's on the ground in Africa that certain segments of religion don't want the general public to know. Like if you go to the Sudan right now, we know that Islam is dominating right now southern Sudan, that's Christian. But within Sudan, you have Israelite sub-clans in Sudan that's in between it all. And through traveling, you have to pass certain areas that can become very hostile if they understand what you're trying to do. Meaning, if they know that you're trying to reveal about the Israelites in these areas, and when you go to these areas, if these Israelites are being oppressed, they don't know if you're going to go back and tell this to the world. So the work that I do sometimes can become hostile. So not only am I bringing y'all the ground footwork research, I'm also risking my life in certain retrospects. So it is very important for y'all to support the call for what I'm doing over here. Hallelujah. Let's continue on.
Make sure y'all support the Mighty Hebrew, man. Y'all see the Cash App right there in front of y'all. Support the brother his boots on the ground in Tanzania, all over Tanzania, traveling Africa. Like you say, Africa got 54 countries, continent. People don't realize that. People really think Africa is just like a country. No, it's a continent with 54 countries. You could fit 5 United States, 5.5 United States of America, almost 6 inside the whole continent of Africa. So it's very big. You through with your questions, or you got more questions?
No, go ahead, shoot some. Unless y'all want to get into the presentation.
You got, maybe my son want to say something real quick. You got a question? You got a comment? I'll put on mute for you.
Nah, I ain't really got too many questions, but I do have one question that I've been I have one question that I've been thinking about lately. This cosmic thing, right? That you've been talking about with the and you were saying like it's like a cosmic thing. Explain that to me.
I think you mean the word cosmic. That's more like talking about. Mute your mic, son. Okay. Cosmic is like the cosmos, so to say, like your solar system, the Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Neptune, the sun, the moon, the stars. So, or outer space, so to say. So what we teach over here at the Mighty Hebrew University, we don't start time based on the walk of the physical man that you see today, or the young son that you see yourself in the mirror. We start time when we were more celestial, so to say, versus terrestrial, or more heavenly, so to say. So when we say that, or we say cosmogenesis, we're talking about the genesis or the beginning of us in the cosmos. And when we say anthropogenesis, we're seeing now the manifestation, substance, and culture that comes from us now being physical on earth. So when you look at your body, picture it like your mind is the cosmos and your body is the anthropology or the physical structure. Before the body, this existed. In the book of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 3, we see Jeremiah, his Hebrew name is Yirmiyahu. We see Yahweh, the tetragrammaton, some people pronounce Yahweh. We see Yahweh saying, before you was in your mother's womb, I knew thee. I sanctified thee to be a prophet unto the nations. So the Most High saying he knew Jeremiah before he was in the womb of his mother. That means that Jeremiah existed in the cosmic realm, okay, before he came into the physical, or what we know in the tree of life system, or the Sephirotic tree of life. We see the Keter, which is the crown, which is the mind, or the heavens, the Shamayim. And then you see the Mohut, or the earth plane, or the Eretz, the Aratazah, which is the manifestation and substance from the mind, the subjective, the objective, the in, the out. You see what I'm saying? So you have to have, if you put two batteries in a remote control, you have to have a negative and a positive. Look at it like that. The cosmic realm, the physical realm. The positive battery, the negative battery. My mind, my body. The yin, the yang. The inverter, the horizontal. So they both exist hand in hand. So for us to really understand ourselves, we have to understand our cosmological origins and our anthropological origins. In religion, it's more or less just your anthropological origin. And you know nothing about your cosmic origins. And even when they deal with your physical origins, it's still from a European understanding versus your ancestors. So I hope I answered that question. Where you at, Don Yahuda?
Yeah, that answered the question. That actually goes into when you was talking about in Genesis where the Most High separated the nations unto the count of the nation of Israel, right? The 12 tribes. Doesn't that correlate with the cosmos and the zodiac, things of that nature?
It can be, absolutely, because we see this with Jacob having a dream about the sun, moon, and 11 stars. We see that. So we see this because hold on, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. We see this with okay, there we go. I'm sorry. Because I'm looking at the comments, so I can also come in and chime in. Again, I want to give a shout out to my son. You know, it's very important that we teach our sons whatever we acknowledge. My son is 15 years old, very educated young brother. My biological son, we got in the building with us, Prince Shar Adonai Zadok. I named him Adonai Zadok, which means in ancient Hebrew, our righteous Lord. So that's what his name means. So, you know, I'm glad that, and I need everybody to know in the comments, don't make no nasty comments. You know, keep y'all nasty comments to yourselves, because I did something honorable by bringing my son here. He don't need to see all that. He only 15 years old. He don't need to see all that. What he need to see is positivity. So I need to let y'all know that. So getting back to the point, and even if we disagree, it's something called we can agree to disagree. And one of the things that we see is the ego. And that's what got us in trouble, is our ego. Because a lot of people think they have a certain amount of knowledge. But as Prince Asiel told me before he passed away, if the knowledge that you have can't build a structure for our people, then what does it mean? We can have all the abstract knowledge, but if you can't build off of what we're talking about, see, we have built what we acknowledge. As a prince in the kingdom of Yah, in Damona, Israel, Northeastern Africa, and over in out and East Africa, we have things that we build. We have a small spiritual village retreat where people can come over if they want to decide to repatriate and leave the confines of America. Because remember, we know the fall of America is at hand. We can't get away from that. And we know that other nations on the earth, they always patronize their own people. They come into the United States, for instance, the Chinese, they're coming to the United States. They are coming to our communities. They'll build Chinese stores and they'll generate money. Okay. And then from there, send that money back to their own people. So what I want to do is not only create generational wealth, so when I pass away, I can give this to my children, but also I want my children to continue on the mission to help also benefit the nation. So not only am I developing over here generational wealth for my children, so when they know when I pass away, they got this over here in Africa, right? And then at the same time, the nation itself have something to lean on, even though they may come through my sons and my daughters. You understand what I'm saying? But it's something there that they can see that they can build. This is why I have so much admiration and the highest respect for our people in Damona, Israel. And as I said before, a lot of these cats on social media that disagree, they never sat around real elders. Imagine, once again, as I said before, imagine the Shaolin monk without the abbot. That's what you see a lot of these people on social media is about. They slander other people's information, but then when I ask them, who were your elders that taught you? They have no elders. How can you be respected in the community if you don't have those before you that tutelage you in a certain school of thought to help us to advance as a people? So that's give a shout out also to the Zakwanim, to the elders that came before us, because in this culture, as Hebrew Israelite Sovereign Nationals, many of us lost our lives. And one good book to go read is The Impregnable People, written by Prince Gabriel Hagodor. And in that book, it breaks down the pitfalls of building a nation, and the rise of us as a nation. And when you read that autobiography, there were people that literally died in the process of repatriating from the United States, going into Liberia, 20 miles outside of Monrovia, Liberia, to break the nigger from out of our consciousness. And then after that 2.5-year period being in the wilderness of the people, then in 1969, we tread into what we know as Damona, Israel, Northeastern Africa, to build the kingdom of Yah. We have our own schools. We have our own urban centers. We have our own factories. We have our own produce. We make our own clothes. We have the Akbar Brotherhood School that was born from out of what is known as the Kingdom of Holiness School. We have our own transportation. We do our own set apart feasts. We gave birth to more than 2,000 births by natural birth in something known as the House of Life. This is a major accomplishment. The plagues that were put on the children of Israel in the captivity, we know that 85% of the diseases that plague the United States hit the Black American or foundational Black Americans, 85%. High blood pressure, diabetes, et cetera, et cetera. We have virtually eradicated these things. This is how you determine the measurement of a man's worth, through his work. We can be on social media debating. That's fine if we talk about spiritual masturbation or spirit. And when I say spiritual masturbation, I'm talking about intellectually masturbating or stimulating in the abstract sense. But when we talk about the practical, whereas we can see it, taste it, smell it, hear it, and touch it by the way of the senses, now we on a whole different playing field. Now we dealing with a different ball game. So when some make these negative comments and say what they say, then I challenge you by your work's worth, through your work and measurement, and say, well, what you acknowledge, let's see if it measures in something that we can touch by the way of the senses. You see, that's where the challenge comes in. No more excuses about what we used to be or what we know. I want to see what you build. I want to see if that information that you believe in is building a social structure for people. That's what I challenge. So let's keep it positive, because one thing that always defeats the argument is the work's worth through work and measurement. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see nobody talking about, well, you know, your God is wrong and my God is right. Well, okay, well, show me what your God manifests. Show me that you're God. Show me that you can build with what you believe in. First, it just be hot air. So it can keep going into this cycle of nothingness. And we can keep pointing our finger. My mother told me, you point one finger, 7 come back to you. I want to see what you built, because everybody see what I'm building. So I want to see what you building. And then we can debate the measurement of if that works for us. And thus far, what we have built over here is working well with us. And we still are in progress, because it is a process. So we continue on. Hallelujah.
And also, I want to speak on that too, because here on the Scoring Black Man podcast, what we do is open the platform on our series called the Controversial and Deep Biblical Breakdown series, where we allow brothers and sisters to come over here and present information that is not the status quo for most so-called African Americans who came into the truth and knowledge by way of camps or other social media platforms. So with that being stated, you're going to have brothers like Prince Charlandine on here breaking down things such as cosmogenesis and anthropogenesis. You're going to have other brothers like Malachi Maccabee on here. You're going to have brothers like Shalal Shalom and so forth. Why? Because iron sharpens iron. If you only have one mode of information, how do you know, or how can you compare that to other information to know that the information you have is exact and correct? How can you do a diligent research and study if you don't have other lines of information to study against or with? So this is why we bring on these brothers and sisters on this platform, particularly under this particular podcast series, so they can present the information to the people. It's your job, like it says in the New Testament, to study to show yourself approved. You're supposed to go and listen to this information, and then you're supposed to go back and fact check it for yourself. And if it resonates with your spirit, then you go ahead and build off of that. And if not, like they say, eat the fruit, spit out the seed. So with that being said, you don't really have to explain yourself, Prince, because anybody that has any knowledge of who you are, you have a very long tenured history. You've done a diligent work within the community. A lot of brothers and sisters have been following you for over a decade, particularly here in social media, without even knowing the spider web effect you have behind the scenes when it comes to building up Hebraic communities, when it comes to
30 years.
Right. So this is not something that you just learned and, trying to go out and teach the people. 30 years is longer than probably a quarter or so of the people that's watching this feed today. That's older than them. So with that being stated, respectfully saying, listen to the information, take it back, study it. He gives you sources. He gives you the breakdowns of the information. He doesn't hold back anything. He's not scared to tell you what he stands on and what his ideology is. So with that being said, go back and look at the information, study it for yourself. And if it resonates, like I said, then build on that. If not, listen, we can set up something to where we can have a cordial dialogue here on the the Scoring Black Man podcast, where y'all could talk about the differences and why there is a difference or a misunderstanding, or maybe even enlighten somebody who don't know the information.
And let me back off that real quick. Very well said. When I started the whole podcast, the Scoring Black Man podcast series, the whole channel was never going to be your traditional Israelite channel. We got the Scoring Black Man podcast series. Then with me and Brother Daniel Huda, we tackle serious issues within the Black and urban communities from a street and biblical perspective. Then me and Brother Daniel said, hey man, we're going to start Controversial and Deep Biblical Breakdown series. Now, controversial and deep biblical, it's self-explaining. We're not going to have people here going to be saying your usual one with or your usual whatever. You're going to hear all kind of different Hebrew Israelites, all different kind of doctrine. You might hear Old Testament Hebrew Israelites, like Brother Hebrew. You might hear New Testament only. You may hear Israelites, like I was telling, believe in the Old Testament, New Testament, and the Apocrypha. You may hear Israelites that don't believe in the Bible, they believe in the Washington. You're gonna hear a whole bunch of different avenues of thoughts. And this is what I noticed about a lot of Israelites are just like Christianity and Christians, man. They're afraid of their doctrine being challenged. And it's been challenged just by you listening to somebody else's doctrine. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't did your own study. You hide behind your Christianity, they hide behind their pastors. In the Israelite community, they hide behind the elders, you know what I'm saying? They hide behind Bishop Nathaniel or whoever, you know what I'm saying, just to be, you know what I'm saying, I ain't trying to call him out, but I'm saying they hide behind leaders. And they don't know what the hell they talking about. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about not the leaders, but the people. So you're gonna have different trains of thoughts. You're gonna have to know that you're gonna have to study. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get uncomfortable. That's what it's all about. You're gonna get uncomfortable. Just like when you go home and you tell mama, I ain't with the Israelites, and she get all upset. No, I'm a Gentile. She's uncomfortable. And you're gonna be uncomfortable being an Israelite because you're gonna know that, hey, just because you was told one thing don't mean it was right. Here go another train of thought. Now put that together. Iron sharpens iron, just like Brother Donnie said. So with that being said, man, we could go into whatever y'all want. Unless you got another question, we could get into a presentation or whatever.
Yeah, let's knock the presentation out because I know he got a lot of information he want to get through because we already said it, we might have to do a part 3, you know, but with that being said, let's get into the presentation right now and you know, knock out some more of this deep, controversial, and biblical thought right now.
No, not to change the subject, but I'm sitting up here, 2 things I see. Don Yahuda looks just like Ed Lover, right? Right. He looks just like Ed Lover. That's number 1, right? And number 2, man, my son looks just like me. Oh yes, my gosh. Yes. Because I'm looking at my laptop as I'm talking to y'all, and I'm letting it play, but it's low, so it don't give no feedback. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh my God, that boy look just like me.
All praises.
But you look like that.
Hey, maybe I should go. Maybe I should go impersonate him up in New York. Maybe I get some dollars or something out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, I ain't seen no Ed Lover impersonators.
Absolutely. So I see that here. The image of the book that you see above is called In Search of the Cradle of Civilization. Let's start right here. Hallelujah. Again, giving all praise and honor to the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers. Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. Those striving for righteousness' sake, I say into the family, Shalom Aleichem. It's definitely an honor and a privilege once again to be on the Scorn Black Man podcast with my man Hilltop, Don Yahuda, and my son here with us today, Prince Adonai Zadok. Let's get into this brief essay that I put together on this book, In Search of the Cradle of Civilization. I would also like to give a shout out to Professor George Fergenstein and Shahaz Kant and David Furley, who actually read over my essay as it pertains to this book that they wrote back in 2015. I wrote this, and this is what I said about this book that they wrote. I say, contrary to the school book notion, the real cradle of civilization was not Kemet, Egypt, Kawash, Kush, Ethiopia, nor Sumer, but the greater Indus Valley. In the book above, or the book above, is a must-read Israel, which completely revisions ancient history and cite the latest archaeological, geological, and linguistic evidence showing that the original Edenian Shemitic Indus Valley had a highly evolved Tamar Nadu, Lumerian, Atala, Atlantean, Ivri, Hebrew culture that has influenced the world decisively and still has much to teach us today. The book goes into the ancient Edenian Shemitic text called the Rig Veda. And now scholars are saying that this text is much older than the Sumer, and that this book, In Search of the Cradle of Civilization, decodes the profound spiritual wisdom hidden in its symbols, metaphors, and myths. The 3 authors of this book also unravel the astonishing mathematical, let me get it right, and astronomical code hidden in the Edenian Lumerian, Atlantean Hebraic, Indus Valley Vedic hymns. The authors, George Fergenstein, PhD, is a world-known religious historian and yoga researcher. Subhas Kant, PhD, is a Sanskrit scholar and professor of computer engineering at the Louisiana State University. And David Friley, OMD, OMD is the director of the American Institute of Vedic Studies in New Mexico. This book shows us new evidence that the earliest civilization is in fact in Rajasthan, India, dating 50,000 BCE. Also, significant new sites have been discovered, such as the great city of Dolavar and Gujarat, which is one of the largest ports in the ancient world. Excavations have started in Gohi, west of Delhi, a city that was much larger than the Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, from which the original Hebrews came from. And take note of these words, what a connection. Hebrew, Ivri, Harabu, Harapu, Harappa, and Hebrew, right? And historians like Sir Godfrey Higgins have pointed out to us, names were all derived from the ancient Hebrew Indo-Sanskrit dialect, which means sons of Afar. The Eastern's Bible Dictionary states that a connection to Safar is, in fact, the Coptic name for India. Also, our forefather Josephus connected it with Kafan, an Indian river, and in part of Asia adjoining to it, Antiquity of the Jews, 1:6. It was India that created and, in fact, colonized Kemet and Kush, not the other way around. This is why the ancient Indus Valley dynasties look just like those of the pharaohs of ancient Kemet. The only difference is that the ancient Indus Valley dynasties existed long before the Egyptian dynasties. It existed at a time when Kemet was in fact underwater. Okay, where am I at? Okay, underwater. Isrealites, or Hebrews, also known as Yadavas, were a very large tribe that came from out of the ancient Indus Valley and was also known as the Harappians. Our ancestors were speaking an ancient Indo-Hebrew dialect called Tamal in Sanskrit. And it should be noted that Aramaic originated what we now today know as modern Afghanistan and Pakistan. And both of these countries were once a part of India, Persia included. Also, there was a district of India called Ori Anana on the Juma, which many say that our forefather Abraham came from in India. There is an Indian historian by the name of Kutikat Poru Sotuma that believes that our forefather Abraham was driven from out of India when he states the Aryans, unable to defeat the Asuras, the mercantile caste that once ruled in the Indus Valley or Harappians, spent so much years fighting covertly against the Asuras, such as destroying their huge systems of irrigation, lakes, causing destructive flooding, that Abraham and his kindred just gave up and marched to West Asia. Those Hebrews are Isrealites or Harappians that didn't leave, as the family of Abraham were driven into South India and placed into a wicked caste system and became known as the Black Untouchables or the Dalits, which is in fact a Hebrew word that means to make thin or to crush. Also, ancient sites have recently been found in the east of India as far as Lucknow. Geographers in India have done numerous studies verifying the course of the Sarasvati River. Note, some Hindu Brahmanistic traditions state that this river was named after Abraham's wife, Sarah, and it means Awasti, Lady Sarah, and the civilization along it and have produced an entire ton on it. When the reader of this gets a chance, go on Google and type in 1, the secret book of Zion, and you will see that this book opens up in its first stanza chapter speaking about 300 million years ago. This book is thousands of years older than the Megunetta. 2, the chronology of the Brahmas, which traces back to 311 trillion, 40 billion years ago. So now we can go to some of the other sources that people can get. Go to the next slide. Let's look at some of the sources that people can go to. You can go to How Deep Are the Roots of Indian Civilization? Archaeology Answers by B.B. Lau. You can also go to the Aryan home, right? And you can get that. And that breaks down other source materials debunking the Aryan invasion myth. You can go to Tony Joseph's book, Early Indians. And if you look on the cover, as you can see, this is what they originally looked like. Look at this, the woman with the woolly hair, the thick lips. Look at her structure. This breaks down who were the original Harapparians. Did the Aryans migrate to India, which in fact they were originally a black caste system? And then the question also is noted, when did the caste system begin? That's what the book by Tony Joseph, Early Indians, is talking about. You can also go to the next one, the Vedic people, invaders, question mark, immigrants, question mark, or indigenous, question mark. This has much evidence of archaeology and literature by also B.B. Lau. Very excellent book. Next slide. So now let's get into some ancient artifacts, because a lot of people say, well, you're saying that India is older than Kemet. Absolutely. Let me show you. So when we look at this right here, what do we have? We have something known as the Warka. And when you study the Warka go back to 35,000 BCE. Here's the evidence right here, as we can see, new archaeological sites of the Gulf of Cambay, India. And if we study this information, and y'all can type it up, and this was roughly around March of 2003 that they found these artifacts, and it's called the Warka, which is D-W-A-R-K-A. That goes back to 35,000 years ago. Go to the next slide. We also have different artifacts, some going back 35,000 years ago, 9,000 years ago, right? 10,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago. And we have the Bambika artifacts. We have the Aldika caves. We have many different artifacts in the Indus Valley. You went somewhere else. I don't see the I think you left from the PowerPoint. You see it?
All right,
no problem. Take your time.
My bad. Let me go
That's
down.
fine.
And try to find. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
no, it's no.
At the ancient artifacts. Sorry. There you go. There we
right
go.
there. So we see these different ancient artifacts at different dispensations of time in the Indus Valley. Why are they not letting us know about this? And when you look at it, look at the structure. Look at the structure of these artifacts. Let's go to the next slide. And what do we have? You read this from the bottom to the top. So we got Barana, right? And what do you see? You see Hakra. This is pre-Harapparian civilization, going back 9,450 BCE. And it's funny that we identified the last flood, or Noah's flood, 9,564 BCE. And right after that, this is when you start to see the pre-Harapparian civilization. And then we also see that, that the whole world, or the whole earth, correctly, the whole land was speaking one language, and that the people came from Kadim, which is the east, or the Indus Valley, and they found a plain called Sinar, which is Sumer in Mesopotamia. And when we understand what we know today as the Ramayana War, it aligns with Genesis 11. So you're reading the Hakra, or the Hakra, pre-Harapparian civilization, which was 9,450 BCE, going into 7,950 BCE. Then you start to get into the early Harapparian civilization, roughly around 6,450 BCE. And then it starts to mature more through emanation, roughly around 4,950 BCE. And then you see the total maturity of Harapparia, roughly around 2,750 BCE. Okay? And this is definitely supported by, this antiquity is supported by, archaeological astronomy and archaeological genetics. And we see this. And we see the archaeological artifacts from different cultural levels of this area. So we started from 9,450 BCE to 2,750 BCE. Next slide. So now we in the book, right? The History, the Earth and Its Cycles by E.W. Preston. Excellent book. And we have here a summary, so to say, of Atlantis in the fourth root epic or race. The summary of man's date and events concerning the Atlantean race, fourth root race. So we're at 5 million BCE to 10,000 BCE. So if you look at the appendix on the left side, we see between 5 to 4 million BCE, we see the Romulan race founded the Ashanti, meaning in that area. Remember I said earlier that the Romuls came from the Madagascar, Sumatra, Tanzania area, went into West Africa, found the Atlantean root epic, which spread to South America. I said that, and I showed last week when we got into the book, Ancient Lutheran Lost Atlantis. Matter of fact, let me get that book so I can read the description of the Romulan race. And as you can see, I got the book. It's called Legends of Atlantis and Lost Lemuria by W. Scott Elliott. So let's deal with the description of these Romulan so we can get an idea of what's being defined to us. Hallelujah. So this is what it says about the Romulan race and how they look, who they were. It says here on page number 29, the Romulan race came into existence between 4 and 5 million years ago. Stop. So we see in this book right here, it's clearly aligning itself with the information that's in a totally different book. So we see the Romulan race came into existence between 4 and 5 million years ago, at which period large portions of the great southern continent of Lemuria still existed, while the continent of Atlantis had not assumed the proportions it ultimately attained. It was upon the spur of this Lemurian land that the Romulan race was born. Roughly, it may be located at latitude 7 north and longitude 5 west, which a reference to any modern atlas would show to lie on the Ashanti coast, meaning West Africa, Ghana area today. It was a hot, moist country where huge antediluvian animals lived in reedy swamps and deep forests. The Romulan were a dark race, their complexion being a sort of mahogany black. Their height in these early days was about 10 to 12 feet, truly a race of giants. So the Romulan of 5.5 million BCE would be the antediluvian Hebrews that were Elohim that embodied themselves in human form, which became known in the archaic records as the Romulan. And post-diluvian, we are known as Israel. So we see about the Romulan, and this was during the late, which you would consider the late Pessalene period. It was during the late Pessalene period. Let me blow up my screen.
So these were like giants.
So I can see.
Well, how did they end up not being giants anymore?
Shalom.
How did they end up not being giants anymore? How they were giants?
I'm gonna break all that down. I'm gonna talk about all that.
Oh, okay. It gets into that. Okay.
Back here.
Yep.
Yes. During the Pessalene period. Then you get around 300 million BCE. We see the first archaic recording of a glacial age. But the modern day scientists, they try to say that you don't see no evidences of man. But I already established the fact in the last presentation, that's a lie. Then you get around 3 million to 2 million BCE. Now you see in the Tavakles. The Tavakles were the ones that started to spread throughout South America and Asia. So now you're seeing the first, which you will call Native Americans in the Americas, roughly around 2.5 million BCE. Then you get between 2 million and 1 million BCE. You see the pre-Toltecs. The pre-Toltecs started to greatly to increase in population in South America, and they started to spread throughout Mexico and Peru. Then you get around, also a million BCE, you get the golden age of the pre-Toltecs. Now you're seeing the great empire of the Golden Gate take place. And then you also see these tongue skulls that spreading throughout around China, roughly around 900,000 BCE. Now we're in the Atlantean root epic, but at the same time, simultaneously borning the Aryan or the noble root epic. And you're starting to see in 850,000 BCE, the pre-Shemitic tribes before Shem that was founded by a man by the name of Shemjaza. And this is who Noah named his son Shem after. a pre-existing ancestor that created the pre-Shemitic tribes known as Mjaza, and which you see among the pre-Toltecs in this area, roughly around 850,000 BC, was the rise of black magic. You see in the rise of this sorcery, so that's taking place, and you're seeing these pre-Shemites fighting these pre-Toltecs to stop sorcery. And because of the brain power that was being used at the time, it caused a flood to take place, or the very first flood, 800,000 BCE. And you see in the partial up, or the breaking up of the Atlantean continent, and some that broke up created what was known as the Ice Age. And then from there, roughly around 600,000 BCE, you're seeing the pre-Arcadians and the pre-Mongolian races being formed. And then you see in that our pre-Shemitic ancestors, they're rising in power in Atlantis or Patala. Now we got the people on the proper track. Remember I said earlier that there were 70 Elohim. That 70 Elohim would be considered, that formed into this pre-Shemitic tribe. That's where it was born from, out of, through the moles. Now, as we continue to continue on within this presentation, we see roughly around 400,000 BCE. You're seeing the transference with theosophists called the White Lodges of Kemet, or what they call pre-dynastic Kemet. So you see in 210,000 BCE, the first divine dynasty. And the first divine dynasty was founded by a group of people from the Indus Valley that came into Egypt, known as the Scorpion King, not the Scorpion King, excuse me, the Nagas. The Nagas were known in Sanskrit as the serpent people. So when you see the Nasut or the pharaohs wearing these cobras on their head, it was a reenactment or a reminder of those Nagas that sat on the throne of Gurbansi, which later became known as Kemet, roughly 210,000 BCE. And the Nagas also became introduced by foreigners of South America known as the Nacals. The Nacals had what was known as Lower Gurbansi. And there was a war that took place with the Nagas and the Nacals. And because of the dark art or black magic being transferred from South America to Africa, there was this war that took place. And now you get the second flood, 200,000 BCE. Now you see Atlantis or Patala being broken into two islands. You have Ruta and you got Datia. And the pre-Toltecan Empire was on the island of Ruta, where the dark art was crazy. That's why when you see post-Diluvian Toltecs and all that, what did they use the pyramids for? And they were sacrificing their children and taking the hearts from out of the chest because they learned this art that was trickled down from pre-dynastic Toltecs. Are y'all with me? Do y'all hear me? Am I not melting this microphone right now? Are y'all with me?
We all in, Prince. We all in.
So again, see, I'm giving you I'm giving you the archaic records, which are also known as the occult record summary with the scientific evidence. So then 150,000 BCE, we see in that Gurbansi or Kemet, later called Kemet, is reopening by pre-Toltecs and pre-Akkadians, now starting the second divine dynasty. The Sahara Desert was still a sea at the time. It wasn't the Sahara Desert yet. It was still a sea. And then you get 100,000 BCE. Now you get in the rise of the pre-Akkadian Empire. They overthrow our pre-Shemitic ancestors, and they started to get closely into the black magical arts. And then they started to practice it on people. And, you know, human sacrifice, et cetera, et cetera. 80,000 BCE, you see some of our pre-Shemitic ancestors migrate to the Gobi. 75,025 BCE, you get the third flood. You get Datia completely destroyed, which leaves the island of Ruta in Atlantis, which Plato calls Poseidonis or Poseidonus, right? And you also see the rising and breakdown of the Neanderthalian into Cro-Magnus, and you also see, you know, the descendants of the Mongols going into Europe, and they became known as Professor Sheikh Anti Drup or Sheikh Anti Diop, would call the Grimaldi man. He calls it the Grimaldi man. And also, let me see, hold on. Then you get, because I lost my page. So hold on for 1 second, y'all. Let me get back to it. Okay, this is power, y'all. See, they thought we would never be able to get this information, but we live in direct on the Score on Black Man podcast, giving you the information. So we see now 35,000 BCE. You're seeing the descendants of the Tavaklis even migrating to Europe. You're seeing the Cro-Magnon type in Europe, the High type. You see in the artistic Grimaldi, Negroid type in Africa and Europe. You see in the Turanian civilization, or these Black Turanian civilizations in Chaldea take place roughly around 20,000 BCE. You also see in the end of the glacial age, and then you see in 14,000 BCE. Now you see the descendants of the pre-Toltecs until, post the beginning of the post-Toltecian civilizations. They form in the great empires of Peru, Central America. You see the conquering by the Aztecs. You see all this going on. And then you see the last flood and the Neolithic age coming roughly around 9,564 BCE. Next slide. Now you see a map showing that submersions of Tamarna. You see Madagascar is connected to what we know as Sumatra. And during this time, you see also a Meru. And if you were in Tanzania, you can go to an area known as Arusha, Tanzania, and they also have a mountain known as Meru to remind them of the original submerged Meru that became known as ancient Lemuria or the submerged Tamil which had the Panyan kingdom. You had all this going on at this time. Next slide. We see a close-up of Kumari Kundam, which the ancient people of the Indus Valley call ancient Lemuria. Again, we see Madagascar also connected. Why do you think when you study the flora and fauna of Madagascar and India is similar? Why do you think you find the lemur monkeys in Madagascar? You can also find them in the Indus Valley. Why? Because at one time, even though it wasn't called the Indus Valley then, the ancient Tamil Nadu or Lumeria's capital was the Indus Valley, and lemur monkeys traveled from Madagascar to the Indus Valley and back and forth, as we can clearly see. Why? Because it was a mass of land there. Hallelujah. So now, if we understand, next slide, if we understand the Sumerian civilization, then we understand that it originated from the Exodus from Lanka in South India. So it is obvious that the Luge stories that we know are related to one another. And we know the re-narrated stories of Morungan and Sumeria go back to the Indus Valley. Next slide. So when we study we can clearly see, right, that the Sumerians were actually the Lankian refugees of the Ramayanian War. Now, doesn't Genesis chapter 11 make much more sense that the people from the east came and found a plain known as Sinar or Sumer? So the Sumerians were actually Hebrews known in the Indus Valley as the Yadavas that ran from the Ramayanian War. The ancient Sumerians were in fact Hebrews from the Indus Valley, which in turn migrated into Mesopotamia. And what do we have here? We have the post-Diluvian civilizations that rose through the line of Noah, not all nations. So we see the Indus-Gandhis, the Harapari, and the Vedic civilizations. And then we can clearly see that it migrated into the Tigris and Euphrates, the ancient Mesopotamian and Babylonian societies. And then we started to push into West Asia or Northeastern Africa to the Nile and ancient Kemet in them areas like that. Next slide. So we see the Indus River civilizations right here that we clearly see, right? And don't we see Haraparia and Mohindo Daro? When you study the Haraparian civilization and the pre-Haraparian going back to the Hafra, it's way older than Kemet. Next slide. Look, we see Haraparia once again. We see it again in the location where the actual children of Israel's ancestors, the Yadavas, come from Ada. Next slide. So let's study up on the Naga and the origin of the word Naga or the meaning of it. And it has the same root as Nakash that you see inside the Genesis account or the Bereshit account, which they translate as serpent, which we know is enchanter, whisperer. And now doesn't the movie Queen of the Dam make sense? More and more when you study the Natasha, you know what I mean, the Queen of the Dam that the late Aaliyah played as, and that same Nakash root or Naga root, which in Hinduism and Buddhism and Jainism is a member of the class of mythical semi-divine beings, half human, half cobra, because the word Naga in Sanskrit means serpent. They are a strong, handsome species who can assume either woolly or wholly human or wholly serpentine form and are potentially dangerous but often beneficial to humans. You can find that in the Botanica.com Naga Hindu Mythology Botanica. Look at what we see. The Nagas of ancient India. Do we not see this is in stone, half human, half cobra, right? Now I'm about to show you in the next slide. We're about to see what is known as the Hong Sang and the Tiwa Naku pharaohs of 7,500 BCE of China. This is before post-Diluvian Kemet. This is the end of pre-dynastic Kemet. Huh? Look at the pharaohs of ancient China that existed before the dynastic people of Kemet that come through the sons of Ham. Okay, next slide. So we have evidence, we have mind-boggling new evidence of Australian Aborigines and Dangle mysteries that prove that the Indian Hindu links of all civilizations. And as we can see, we have the Australian Aborigines following ancient traditions of today passed on their ancestors. And when you study the Australian Aboriginals, they teach that they go back to the Indus Valley. That's what they teach. This ain't nothing that I'm making up. This is something that they say from out of their own mouth. Next slide. Look at the appearance of the ancient Indus Valley women. It might be hard to swallow, but the darkest people don't come from out of Africa. The darkest people come from out of India. They be so dark, their skin color be blue and blue-black, and they be so dark that you can't even see their hairline. That's how dark they are. So now we have right here called Bene Israel, ancient black Jews of India. And in the yellow, I have highlighted some very important commentary that must be examined. This commentary to me needs to be examined. It needs to be shown as a source of reference when we define the history. So let me blow this up. Okay. So in the first highlight, we see a statement very important, right? It says, let me put my camera back on. The term Yadava now covered many traditional pastel castes, such as the horse or the horse of the Hindu belt, the Gavili of, I can't see that word, and because it only blow up by a certain amount, and the Gula, and the Korna of Tamil Nadu. In the Hindu belt, Ahar, Gawala, and Yadava are often used synonymous. The next slide says, which is very important, it says, the tribe of Krishna had a name, which is very remarkable. Captain Wilford says the Yadavas, his own tribe and nation, talking about Abraham, right? Excuse me, Krishna, I mean, his own tribe and nation were doomed to destruction for their sins, like the descendants of Yehuda or Huda, which is the true pronunciation of Judah. Mr. Marcus says the Yadavas were the most, now this is very important to understand now the real meaning behind the Eastern Ethiopians and the Western Ethiopians. So the Yadavas were the most vulnerable immigrants from India. They were the blameless and pious Ethiopians. When Homer mentions and calls the remotest of mankind, part of them, says the old Hindu writers, remained in this country, which is the Eastern Ethiopians, and hence we read of two Ethiopian nations, the Western and the Oriental. Some of them lived far to the east, and they are the Yadavas, who stayed in India, while the others resided far to the west. That next line, this immigrating tribe of Yadu or Huda or Yadavas, we shall find of the first importance, for they are no other than the Israelites or the Jews. So they letting you know, and here goes some Yadavas that we see below. And when you look at these Yadavas, look, these are black men, right? Darker than me and you. And all the highlighting shows us as we continue to build down this matrix, we see that the Yahud or Yahud of the Hindus long before the Jews of Western Syria. So what they're saying is that these Hebrew Yadavas migrated from the east, or those that stayed in the east, they became known historically as Eastern Ethiopians. Those that left from the Indus Valley, which is Abraham and all of them, they became known as Western Ethiopians through the classical Greek writers, okay? And they became known before the Israelites correctly, or Western Syria could have taken the name from one of the sons of Jacob called Judah, a name which cannot have been first derived from him, because it is clear that they had this name long before he was born. His grandfather, Isaac, having born it. The word Jew is a mere Anglicization, and the word Hudi or Udi, and more correctly, the Hindu's name, come from where it would. It is most probable that it came from the tribe of Uda, and as the head of the tribe seems to have been known by that name. And then when you go to the next slide, okay, let me see. Okay, no, it's fine. Okay, so when you go to the next slide, it gives you pictures of how some of the people looked. Okay, these are some of the Yadavas. You also you see similarities in Hebrew and Kashmirian Kabbalistic terminologies. You see the names on one side in Hebrew and then the other side in Kashmirian, and it's very much the same. And then you see the Todah, Tamal, Dravidian man, right? And we also see down the bottom the different Yadavas, or the what we know as the Black Untouchables, the different looks that they have, right? Next book, not that one, but the next one after that, which is a very good book, is known as Forbidden History, which is edited by J. Douglas Keaton. And he goes into the Indus Valley. If he goes on the next page, we see in India 30,000 BCE. You see what I'm saying? And the question is, do the roots of Indian culture lay drowned beneath the Indian Ocean? This was written by archaeologist David Lewis. Now, here's something interesting. The next slide. Now, this is a peer-reviewed document called Ancient Medieval Modern, right? And if you go to the next slide, this was Ancient India, a textbook of class 11, okay, by R.S. Sharma, right? And this is PDF written. I mean, not PDF, peer-reviewed, read. And I want to read, right, this paragraph. Listen to what it says about ancient ore. Now, I teach that there are two ores. You have the ore of Mesopotamia, roughly around 700 to 800 BCE. And then you have the ore in the Indus Valley going back 7,500 BCE. Let's see if there's a peer-reviewed writing about ancient ore in the Indus Valley. It says here, in this period, we come across three types of villages in South India. 1, Ur. 2, Shabha. And 3, Nagamram. Ur was the usual type of village inhabited by peasant castes. Heard them say peasant castes, meaning the untouchables, who perhaps held their land in common. It was the responsibility of the religious headmen to collect and pay taxes on their behalf. These villages were mainly found in southern Tamil Nadu. Checkmate. So we have peer-reviewed records saying that there was another ore. That is the ore that I'm saying Abraham comes from. The ore from out of the Indus Valley. When you're reading inside the better sheet about ore, that is the ore you're reading about, not about the one in Mesopotamia. Go to the next slide. Let's go to a book known as Black Bloodlines, Abraham and the Racial Profiles of the Ancient Hebrews. See, by Calvin R. Evans, right? And one of the things that Calvin R. Evans says in chapter, I believe it's 9, called Judah, I found something very interesting that he says, right? That this couldn't be a forgery. He says, Sir Godfrey Higgins quotes, this is what he says. Mr. Marcus, the Yadavas were the most vulnerable immigrants from India. They were the blameless and pious Ethiopians who Homer mentions and calls the remotest of mankind. Parts of them, says the old Hindu writers, remained hold on. It says remained. Let me see. Get it so I can see it. Hold on. Okay, where am I at? Okay. Remained in this country, and hence we read of two Ethiopians, the Western and the Orientals. Some of them live far to the east, and they are the Yadavas who stayed in India, while others resided far from the west. The fact of part of the tribe yet remaining in existence is one of the pieces of circumstances of this kind that I've ground my system. They surpass all written evidence, for they cannot have been forged. Listen again, for they cannot have been forged. This immigrating tribe of Yadavas we shall find of the first importance, for they were none other than the Israelites. Sir Godfrey Higgins, Anti-Calypsis, Volume 1, London, 1836, reprinted, Brooklyn, A&B Books, published 1992, page 392. So now we go to the next slide. Let's see what classical writers say. If y'all don't believe what I say, let's go into the history of the Jews by the Israelite scholar Flavius Josephus, 37 to 100 ACE. He wrote that the Greek philosopher Aristotle had said these Jews, meaning Israelites, are derived from the Indian philosophers. They are named by the Indians Kanali or Kalani in book 122. We have Clericus of Soli. He writes, the Israelites descended from the philosophers of India. The philosophers are called in India Kalanians and in Syria Israelites. The name of their capital is very difficult to pronounce. It is called Jerusalem. We got Magasthenes, who was sent to India by Cilicius about 300 years before Jesus or Yeshua or Yahushua, whose accounts from new inquiries are everyday inquiry additional credit says that the Israelites were an Indian tribe or sect called Kanali. That's an Anti-Calypsis by Godfrey Higgins, Volume 1, page 400. We got Martin Haynes, PhD, wrote in the sacred language, writings and religions of the Paris. The Magi are said to have called their religion Kis Ibrahim, right? Or the way of life of Abraham. They trace their religious books to Abraham, who was believed to have brought them from heaven. That's on page 16. We also can go into the book Moses Yolos Extraterrestrios by Mexican author Tamin Doristi. He states, Vladimir was of the opinion that Abraham descended from some of the numerous Brahmin priests who left India to spread their teachings throughout the world. We see that, right? Then we also see, later that they would say that the power or the God arrived from Bratsara, the mountainous region situated midway on the road to India, right? Then Bradaka, a region in ancient Afghanistan, was located, or the locality of the prototypical Israelite or Hebrew nation called Jaguta, also called Or. Listen, there go that word or Yehuda. Or meant place or town. Therefore, the Bible is correct in stating that Abraham came from Or of the Chaldeans. Chaldean or Chaldean means correctly Chaldiva, holy cause, was not a name of a Pacific ethnicity, but the title of an ancient Hindu Brahminical priestly caste who lived in what are now Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the Indian state of Kashmir, right? So we see all this information, right? We see all this information, right? Go to the next slide. Someone might say, well, is there any, West Africans? Go into the notes, go to the next slide. You can pass that. That's fine. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. So what do we have here? We have a book called Africa and South America. Are they descendants of the Atlanteans? Now, this was written by a Nigerian scholar from Nigeria by the name of Andrew Omi Sakin, right? He's from Nigeria. And what he shows in this presentation is about the Romohos. And he goes into the etymology of the word Romoho. And what does he say and 6.8 etymology of the word Ramon. Go to the next slide. And his source is by Adil called Black Peoples of the World. It says the first root race of Atlantis was called Romulans. Now I want to skip down. It says the blackout could therefore be due to an error in the name of the race. We were, however, struck by the similarity between the word Romulan, right, and the Yoruba word Oromola. In each word, we have the reoccurrence of the following letters: R-M-O-A-L. H and Romulan could be I, and Oromola. In the same manner that the Brazilian, I think Janeiro does the same thing in the Brazilian name. So even in the West African traditions, they tell you about the Romulans. So I wanted to show that, to show like this is something that's definitely not made up, but this is something that is known by scholars worldwide. I give all praise and honor to Yahweh, the supreme, intelligent, powerful one of our forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, those striving for righteousness' sake. I say into the family, Shalom Aleichem. It's definitely an honor and a privilege to be here on the Score Black Man Podcast. Hallelujah.
Yeah, that was a powerful, powerful bill. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Yeah, that was a powerful bill, Prince. With that being stated, real quick, you brought up something in that presentation about the secret book is Zion. I believe that's how you pronounce it. And you said that was older than the Medu Neter. How come none of the scholars, especially those that's on like Sonetta TV and others, how come they never speak on this book? They always, divert to the Medu Neter and things of that nature, but they never talk about this particular piece of information or this artifact right here. Why is that?
That's an excellent question. I think one of the main reasons is because of the focal point of what Kemet became to the Western world. You got to remember, the Greeks during the Ptolemy era, after the death of Alexander, son of Philip of Macedonia, we see this in the Apocryphal books, roughly around 332 BCE. His kingdom was broken into 4 sections, and one of them was controlled by the Ptolemies. So many of the Greeks or Greek society and Roman society were heavily influenced in tutelage by ancient Egypt. Hellenism got transferred over to the Roman Empire, roughly around 146 BCE. We also see through the Visigoths, the Vandals, and all of them destroy your Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire became known as Western Europe. We see that Western Europe gives birth to the United States. So we see this focal point of Egypt because the Greeks were tutelaged by the Egyptians. And this is why when you deal with any form of Latin and all that, they go directly back to Egypt. And remember, a lot of the Afrocentric scholars were taught under these Eurocentric institutions that were taught by the Egyptians. And when you start talking about these fraternal orders that they're involved in, these, sorority organizations that they're involved in, notice that these sororities are Greek fraternities and sororities. And as I said, these fraternities and sororities were influenced by Egypt. So since it was influenced by Egypt, their focal point becomes Egypt. And what many of them fail to understand is that these Egyptologists, such as your Henry Bressets, your Petries, not Henry Bresset, excuse me, James Henry Bresset, your Petries, your Champollions, all these different guys, your Wallace Budges. A lot of these guys focused on Egypt, and those Egyptologists use Egypt in a form of white supremacy to dominate first Africa in the world scope at large. So when you look at the base of Egyptology, it's predicated on white supremacy. So we can't get around that, even though they use African imagery and art and poetry and things like that. But remember, they call these people in their records dark-skinned Caucasians. This is why when the comedian, what's the comedian's name from Philly? He lived down the street from me.
Never heard.
He's from 13th, Kevin Hart. He's from 13th area. I'm from 10th area. So Kevin Hart, he wanted to do his comedy over in Egypt, and he had the whole thing lined up. But when that man said that the original Egyptians were black people, they shut his whole tour in Egypt down.
Yeah, I remember that.
Banned him from doing shows over there in Egypt because he said that the original Egyptians were black people. Okay, so it's a disservice to do that. And then you got to remember, because Egypt got many monuments and artifacts and things like that, and we as a people in the United States were a downtrodden people. We looked at that imagery as a hope of kingship and queenship. So we identify with that because that's what was spoon-fed to us. But now when you type up on your Google, and the listening audience can do it right now, just type up, is the Indus Valley older than Egypt? And watch everything pop up. And now you're seeing archaeologists and anthropologists and paleontologists, y'all who know this, they're saying now the Indus Valley is older than Egypt. So all these years, and give a shout out also to Sister Neftali and her show. She got a show called Israelite New School of Thought. And I gave her some notes to use, proving that the Indus Valley was older than Kemet. And she used them same notes and showed them notes to Professor Jabari Azazi at Sinetta Studios. And he couldn't refute that information because real scholars know that the Indus Valley is older than Kemet. They know that. The only ones that's saying that is because they feel as though when they read about the people of Kemet saying that they source go back to the south, they think that they're speaking about going deeper into the body of Africa, into like Uganda and all them different areas. Versus the south, they talking about Tomar Nadu amongst the Indus Valley. Why you think when the Nasut, they sat on the throne, they had the cobra? And when we start to deal with the flora fauna things, the cobra is indigenous to the Indus Valley. And it was imported to Egypt. And that's why when you look at the artifacts of pre-dynastic Kemet, you see these images of pharaohs going all the way back to China, 7,500 BCE. And I showed that tonight. And I gave y'all the names, and y'all can look it up, and you'll clearly see, like, how these pharaohs in China are older than the dynastic pharaohs. The dynastic pharaohs start at Menes the First. Menes the First in their records is known as Narmer. In our records, he's known as Mitzrayim or Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim in Hebrew means the embanker of the sea. The embanker of the sea was Menes the First or Narmer. He is the one that historically embanked the Nile River system. You see how the biblical record is aligning with the historical accounts of things. The problem is how we've been introduced to the scripture. The way that most people are introduced to the scriptures is through doctrine. So if your mind state has been engulfed in the doctrine, when you look at the scripture, you already been pre-programmed. I use an example. Let's play a game. If I say to a person, if God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believe in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. What am I saying, Don Yahuda, right now? If you never heard of the Bible, nothing. What am I saying?
I mean, if you never heard of the Bible, I mean, most people interpret that as Christ coming down to save all mankind.
Right. If they heard of the Bible, but if you didn't hear of the Bible, what would I be saying?
I don't know. You want to take a shot at that, Hilltop?
If I come to you out of nowhere, you never heard of the Bible, nothing before. I just say, yo, hell, God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believe in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. What would you think that I'm saying?
That we got to believe on a man and live forever.
Right, on a man. But it never told you who the man was. Right. See, you've been pre-programmed to believe that's talking about JC. Could it be that the only begotten son is Israel as a nation?
Yeah, I've heard
It
that
never
before.
said who his son is. We've been the point that I'm saying to you is that we've been educated and brainwashed to believe the Bible a certain way. So when most Israelites talk on social media, they sound like a religion versus a nation. You see what I'm saying? So they don't have the correct breakdown because remember, they created something in 1958 called COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program, which would stop the rise of a black messiah who would electrify the nationalistic aims of Black America. And they made 5 salient key points. And in one of them key points, they told us that it would be long-range effects. And what they needed to do is cause a severing from the people in their leadership. So this is why most people today not knowing that they are part of the COINTELPRO effect. When you don't have elders in your community, notice all nations of the earth, they honor their elders. I've been to 17 African countries. I've never seen elders openly be disrespected. I've never seen that since I've been in Africa. There is a reverence to the elders. There is an importance to have elders. You're a man of respect when you sit amongst the elders in your Pacific communities in Africa. If you see a young man constantly around elders, you will see the difference of respect with the youth to that other youngster that deals with the elders. So that's a badge of honor. In the United States, we're not dealing with no elders. We're not dealing with no, what happened to our Mr. Miyagi's? Where's our Shokazuki's at? Huh? Where's our Abbott's at? Where are our leaders and teachers to pass down the general information and then the sacred information to our people so we can become productive and fulfill what is said in Deuteronomy? Matter of fact, could you real fast, Da Yahuda, or matter of fact, Prince Adonai Wazadak? Let me ask him something real quick.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you have the Bible? Do you have the Bible with you?
Yeah.
Could you read real fast to us Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 7?
Deuteronomy chapter 32.
Yes, verse 7.
Verse
Deuteronomy
7.
chapter, yes, Deuteronomy 32, verse 7.
All right. Remember the days of old, the generations long past. Ask your father, and he will tell you. Your elders, and they will explain to you.
You heard that.
Remember the days
You heard
of
that.
old. Consider the generations long past. Ask your father, and he will tell you. Your elders, and they will explain to you.
You see that? So my son, everybody mute. My son just gave you 2 translations of the same verse. It's a commandment in our culture to go to the elders before us. Go to our fathers, our Abim, our Abbas, our Zakwanim before us so they can lead us, so they can tell us, so they can show us. And what's happening in the Israelite community, many people are just saying that they're leaders in our community and or they're teachers. How you going to get in the Israelite culture and a year later you're a teacher? Who gave you the authority to teach? Like when I was coming up in the Israelite community 33 years ago, anybody just couldn't wear a turban. You had to learn, first you had to earn to get a turban. And that might take you 15 years to even rock a turban. So you couldn't just come into the Israelite community and say, see, I'm a teacher. This is why so much confusion on social media when it comes to real Israelite leaders. You see what I'm saying? So it's very important to have leaders in your community, such as myself, such as Zion Lex, or Moray Yoel, or Dr. Bainzy D, or Sar Dr. Kazriel Ben Yahuda, somebody like a Dan Yahuda, or even a Hilltop, people that have been in the culture for a very long time that has experienced what we're talking about versus talking about it. Could y'all continue on with the conversation quickly while I use the bathroom real fast? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm coming right back.
Powerful, powerful build. Powerful build. Hey, this is another one for the books right here, bro.
Yeah, pretty good, man. I like different trains of thought, because it gets the people to really get to thinking, man. I like to make people uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? I love it. Controversial and deep biblical breakdown, man.
Yeah.
People they get so used to their doctrines. When they hear something different, they get mad. This is why, and like the brother was saying, this is why I never want to make a traditional Israelite channel, because all they do is damn debate all damn day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They want to debate and argue and gang up and click up, and nobody get edified because everybody think they damn right.
And it'd be the same topics over and over again.
Same topics over and over and over again. It gets redundant. And then they get mad with you when you don't want to know, man. I'm trying to bring everybody with different trains of thought to put it all together. You know what I'm saying? Nobody has all the truth. I know everybody think they got all. Oh, my leader got all the truth right here. I broke off on one way. We teach this. You still, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? You still don't know everything. You know what I'm saying? Iron sharp as iron. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, a lot of Israelites, man, remind me of Christians, man. They get uptight, man. You know what I'm saying? They get real uptight. They get real, angry. You know what I'm saying? When they hear something new. Go ahead,
you know why that is? Because a lot of people lifestyle is based off of what they believe. So when you jar the system, that's almost like an assault on their being. Like they take it personally, like everything they hinged on this particular belief, and they're not willing to go outside the box and study, learn, even listen to some new information. I mean, just the information he's bringing. I'm not going to say it's 100% exact and right, but if you really listen to what he's saying, and if you read some of the literature he's presenting, and you're looking at scriptures and other writings, there is definitely a correlation between a lot of the stuff that he's bringing out and the things that we see in scriptures. You understand? And some of the historical aspects, like when he was talking about the pharaohs, the snake, if you're familiar with the Nagas and the Hindu history, Hindustan, which is known as India, they have ancient temples that show their gods with like the 7 snakes behind the head. Matter of fact, you were over in some countries and you showcase that on your social media platforms. If you want to speak on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, when because these Asian countries alone, because India is considered an Asian country, Russia is considered an Asian country, not Oriental, like Israel, but so they all got the the Hinduism, the Buddhism, what I'm saying, a lot of Asian countries, but a few Asian countries that's Muslim. They all got a little bit of Christianity in them, but the main majority of religions over here is Hinduism, Buddhism, because they go together in Islam. And I think you're talking about the video where I went to the Sanctuary of Truth. So Sanctuary of Truth has you might have seen Offset and Travis Scott do a video inside. I think they did one together, then Offset did one by itself inside the Sanctuary of Truth right here in Pattaya, Thailand, where I'm at, doing the Rolling Loud Festival about 2 years ago, which they got another one coming up this weekend. Matter of fact, tomorrow, it starts today. But anyway, so inside the Sanctuary of Truth, they got artifacts, carvings from Thailand, Cambodia, India, Indonesia, which I've pretty much been in all those countries besides India, but India's right next door. And also what the brother was saying, when you talk about Indian people, about how a lot of them, got that, I don't know what you would call it, Neanderthal, the monkey. I don't want to be disrespectful, but the hair all, I mean, literally, man, you can barely see skin, and they are very, very dark skin. I was laughing when he said it because my mom, I'm like, hey, I see some African girls and they was light skinned. You didn't find out what country they had to go over there. I'm like, Mom, Africa got 54 countries in it. Damn continent, you know what I'm saying? And most of them are going to be looking just like us, from light skin or very light skin to dark skin. You got some countries that may have more dark, very, very dark skin more than light skin, but they are different. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the brother talking about, the snakes on the Indian, like I got all that in it's a blog on Hilltop Traveling Everywhere, and y'all can go check out the Sanctuary of Truth. Also, I got plenty of temples and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I love to get the footage because it shows. If you look at when I be showing these things, you see they be Negro. I be telling my look at Buddha black man, that chocolate man. You know what I'm saying? You got the shit knots, you know what I'm saying? His head, the Bantu knots, everything, the whole nine. You look at the feature. So, and I see this in every country, from Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, wherever. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't see it. Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see it. So, yeah, it's pretty much good. I mean, I this is why the Most High wants us to travel, because you can only learn so much sitting in America. We got the internet. We can see books. We can see. You can kind of Google these places, but when you go, that's when you see in places you might not see on YouTube. You might not see, what I'm saying, on whatever platform, TikTok and all that. And you actually there. You can see it and touch it and go around, So yeah, it's enjoyment to see not only these monuments, you can also see our people in these different countries. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna look, they're gonna be looking a little different. Like I mean, we've been in so many captivities. You know what I'm saying? I bet you we look a little differently than our forefathers going back all the way back to Abraham and Judah and Isaac and Jacob and all them. I bet we look a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't went through so many captivities. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna have a little different, a little bit of phenotype different, you know. So yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, just to catch you up, my Hebrew, we just alluded to the information you was bringing in, that archaeology showcases a lot of the information that you were bringing out, the correlations, which when you came back, we had segue into the snakes and the Nagas and the Hindustan origins and how you see that when you mention the pharaohs and things of that nature. And Hilltop, he's been to a couple of those places over in Asia where they showcase some of these things, like you're saying, the Buddha, which you know to be the Black Buddha. They even have, remember the cartoon Sambo? That was actually a Hindu god, Black Sambo or Sambu. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these things, they bring out the information, but they don't tell you exactly where they get the information from, but they like pointing the finger at you, giving you breadcrumbs, but it'd be flying over our head as a people, you know? So a lot of people got to just really open their ears. They said, if you have ears to hear, then listen to what's being said, because if you don't, man, you might miss out on some real good information like the brother's bringing out tonight.
And shout out to HB Gone Global. You know what I'm saying? He another fellow traveler, you know what I'm saying, from Georgia like me, from Albany. And you know what I'm saying, he's been down there recently in South Africa, down there with the Limas down there in Cape Town and Johannesburg and all that stuff down there. So he's a traveler as well. So shout out to HB Gone Global.
Hey, I got one more question for me for the night. Oh, go ahead, Prince.
We need $45, y'all. We leaving. I want to leave this morning. It's what time? What time is it? It's
11:09 in the States.
It's 7:09 a.m. I want to be on the 11 o'clock bus going to Morogoro, which would take me probably like 7 hours or so. I want to go see a group known as the Nyumbo. That's Nyambo. And they teach that they're Israelites. And I'm going to be interviewing briefly some of the tribal leaders over there. And I've done this before on many occasions, and give a shout out to FOP Israelites, who put a lot of my ground footwork research on their channel. This research, I want to put it on the Scorn Black Man podcast, because what I'm doing, right, there was a historian or a traveler of the 9th century ACE known as Adad the Danite. And his records, he speaks about the Israelites in East Africa. And he gives the locations in Tanzania, even though he didn't call it Tanzania. But in this area, there are Israelites. And thus far, the areas I went to that Adad the Danite spoke about, there are Israelite presence there. So not only are we talking about reading true history from Adad the Danite, but you got actually a modern day social anthropologist and historian like myself that's on the ground, that's actually doing the research. See, we in an era right now, we don't have to go to European scholars no more. Look at Hilltop, he traveling everywhere. So if I want to know about Asian culture, I go to him. I have to be like, well, I'm gonna read this guy right here. I'm gonna go to a living, breathing, flesh and blood man who's over there in Cambodia, Thailand, all them different areas. And I'm like, brother, you seen any Israelites over there? Or is this going on? Is there a Buddhist connection with the Israelite culture? What do you see over? And he's going to tell me. And this is where
they are a tribe called the Mohican. The Mohican tribe in Thailand and I think Thailand and Laos and probably Cambodia, but they are the Negroid. You know what I'm saying? They mostly in the south, keeping like in the south areas and up in the mountains. You know what I'm saying? They really don't come out and, you know what I'm saying, and mingle in with the regular locals. You know what I'm saying? So they got
what they call
Mohican, a Moken, or something like that. I'm gonna text you the name of it. I'll text you the name of it.
The point is, I never even heard of that until he just said it. The point is, you get a different historical experience when you're on the ground versus you reading something. Because, you know, many historians only regurgitate what other historians say. And from that, sometimes errors can come in. Versus like, y'all saying that Israelites in Africa, well, let's go to Africa and let's see yours out. You're saying that now y'all can't say that no more because it's all out on social media. So now y'all saying, well, these are converts to do that. Well, let's go see what they say. There are two different understandings. The Hebrews that already been there, and then you got Hebrews that were upholding the Hebrew culture that European Jewry contacted and converted them to Judaism. Like, for instance, you see this with the Falasha, the so-called Falasha. They knew that they were Hebrews. They was upholding the Hebrew culture, But then when the Yank came in, they imposed Judaism on them. You see? So this is the same even with the Igbo. You see this with the Igbo as well. Before they even came in, they was already upholding the Hebrew culture. Judaism and the Hebrew culture is two different things. And these people know that. Judaism is a European interpretation of Hebrew culture, right? So basically, that's all I'm saying. We need $45. We need y'all to Cash App, the Mighty Hebrew, Uriah Victorious. We need y'all help so I can catch that bus, do that interview. And there's people here. We got some people up in here. If each person drop $10, $15, bang, whatever, until we get the 45, or even if it's more, that money can be used the rest to give as a donation to the village. Because I'm gonna be in the village for 2 days. So when you go to villages and you doing this type of stuff, you don't just go there and don't give them nothing. You give them something. You know what I mean? And when you give them something, then they give you something. I want to know how these people got from point A to point B, and I want to get it on record. I want to get it on record. So when people like Sinetta say, well, you know, it's just that, the third, not Sinetta, but people that's on his show that believe in that, and even Sinetta at times. Well, I can say, well, I went and interviewed the Nayombo people. And matter of fact, we can pull that up right now on the Scorn Black Man podcast, and let's hear what they got to say out of their own mouth. Not what you say. We want to hear what they say. That's what I did when I was in Dimona, Israel. I took advantage for 2.5 hours and interviewed African heads of state, tribal chiefs, royal families from Ghana, Nigeria, all. It's on there on FOP, Israelites, and they was breaking down how they were Israelites and how they migrated from Israel to West Africa. So you saying them people lying too? They have the anthropogenesis of their history, but that's all just made up too. See, if there's an establishing element in East Africa and West Africa, it aligns with what we're talking about known as the Bantu expansion that started around 740 BCE. And the Bantu expansion, we see it going into East Africa and shooting over to West Africa. And then we also see the later Bantu expansion during the Babylonian captivity. Now we're seeing Israelites migrate into West Africa. Why do you think when you go into southern Nigeria, you see something called the Imo Yom Kurum, known as the strange people in the Yoruba vernacular? But they call themselves Bene Ephraim, the children of Ephraim. Even when you go, even though I don't associate with the Talmud, but historically the Talmud speaks about the 10 tribes of Israel went into Africa. That's what the Talmud say. So I'm showing y'all not only through academia research, but through my own ground footwork research to verify what we're saying as Hebrews. The so-called Negroes in the Western Hemisphere, the African Americans, your Jamaicans, your Barbadians, they the children of Israel, your Afro-Latinos. They are the children of Israel. We have the cosmological evidence. We have the anthropological evidence. We have these things to verify what we're saying. We're not just saying these things just because somebody just had a miraculous dream and that now we Israel. When in fact, we got over 30 million Igbos alone, even though it's more Igbos over there, but 30 million of them saying that the Israelites. And we know that a large percentage of foundational Black Americans have Igbo ancestry with them. So we can't deny that. And for those that want to know if the Native Americans are Israelites, no. The only Israelites that are Native Americans, or the only Native Americans that are Israelites, are your southeast United States. The Geechees are West African Israelites that amalgamated with Israelites of Southeast United States, such as your Chippewas, your Blackfoots, your Mohawks, your Apaches, your Cherokees, your Yamanese, your Seminoles, your Wassatals, all them type of natives. Why you think when you go into James Andar's book, The History of the American Indians, notice he only specializes in the Southeast United States Indians. They are your Israelites that came during the time of King Solomon's naval fleets going into Lake Superior, getting ores and taking them back to the old world. The reason why they finding Israelite artifacts, they're finding them in areas that were colonies. And then them colonies later became known as your Southeast United States natives. But them Aztecs, them Incans, them Hawaiians, them Samoan, they not our people, man. They not our
Mongolian.
people. Yeah, they Mongolian and also
Mongolian. Yeah.
Because when you start talking about the Hawaiians, the Seminoles, the Samoans, all them go back to Australia and Polynesia and all that. When you start studying up on, like you said, them Aztecs, I mean, a lot of them is in certain North American, a lot of them are Mongols. A lot of them are Mongols. So we got to understand Israel, we came in 2 ways. We came in during the 8th century BCE, remnants of the Northern Kingdom, with King Solomon's naval fleets, and stayed and created colonies and became known as Southeast United States Indians. And then you got the Southern Kingdom that came during the transatlantic slave trade. And a lot of them amalgamated with Israelites that were already there. That's why most Black Americans talk about they got Indian in them. My mother's side of the family are Cherokee, but the Cherokee or the Black Cherokees they come out of is during the time of 8th century BCE. My mother's side of the people came to the Americas by the way of colonization. They were part of colonies that built the mounds and all that. And then on my father's side, they came by the way of West Africa. The Eobo Israelites of West Africa, 1619, Jamestown, Virginia. And through my father, mother, amalgamate and produced me, and in turn, produced my son. My son's mother is an Afro-Latino. My son's mother is quote unquote African-American and Afro-Dominicano. So she's half quote unquote African-American and half Dominican. And then you have myself, which bore my son that you see right now on the screen with us.
Con. Man, we're definitely gonna still do the show part 10 of controversial and deep conversations with Hebrew Israelites of different teachings and different doctrines. I'm gonna try to do that whenever you come back to like your home town over there in Tanzania, and try to have like 1 or 2 other brothers or sisters on. And once again, those topics is going to be what happens to our spirit when we die, what laws of the Most High / Creator are we commanded to keep, should we be planning an exodus out of America? Talking about you Black folks, you Negroes. I know y'all love to think you safe over there and that's the best place in the world, but we're going to see. Will Christ / Yahushua or another Messiah come to lead us back into rulership on this earth again? And then we have 2 bonus questions. Bonus question number 1. Are there other life forms outside of this planet and inside the earth / inner earth? Are we under the New Testament or Old Testament? And those will be the bonus questions. So looking forward to having you on that show, brother. I know you got some interesting answers, and it'll probably be 1 or 2 other brothers or sisters on to give their opinions about those topics as well.
Hey, Hilltop, it might not be no exodus. You see, they trying to launch those missiles over into Russia today. The EU ramping everything up.
Yeah, Biden trying to start it up before he get out of there.
You see why it's important to support this over here, because I'm telling you, y'all gonna have to turn over this joint, man. Ain't no escape, Jake. Y'all gonna have to get over here eventually. So I got the stage here. Prince Asiel, he's seen it. He said, I'm sending you. I'm like, Masaba. I love United States.
Hey, Prince, man, you got to send that info over. You got to send that info over so I can look at it, man, about the repatriation and getting over there.
Yes. After my son finishes schooling, he gonna come over here and and visit and stuff. One of his brothers and sisters, is already over here. But I need him to get over here. But I'm gonna wait for him. I mean, he's gonna come visit first. But to actually stay, because I want him to do some traveling with me. I want him to finish school, and then we're trying to contemplate college or the military. So trying to contemplate right now what he want to do. So we working some thoughts. He always said, I want to be over there with you, Al. But I need have my reasons. I want him to get a degree. You know what I'm saying? Because it's beneficial for the nation. You see what I'm saying? We have to gear our children not only to benefit their personal lives, but also for the nation, because they're the next generation. And if we talking about creating a new civilization, then we don't just want no just Israelite teachers alone. This is talking about the Bible. We need engineers, we need chemists, we need biologists, we need scientists, we need astronauts, we need it all. Lawyers, doctors, people to irrigate land, agriculturalists, botanists, psychologists, psychiatrists. We want it all to help us to build the nation. Because once the United States is destroyed, we're going to need all of that. We're going to come out with great weapons, brothers and sisters. And Aaron J. Going on, Ed, I see you, Aaron J. You know what I mean? He's saying the third war coming quickly. It's coming quickly. So, you know, I will be in the States. You know, I want to get there sometime in January. To be honest, I'm ready to get all my kids and just bring them over here because it looks like it's about to get crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? It's looking right now, man. So I'm going to talk to my Eli D and see if they just want to go ahead and go to school online. You know what I'm saying? It's getting crazy. I'm serious. It's getting crazy over that joint. And I'm here and I got all this. So it's like, I want them here. So support. It shouldn't be just the Scorn Black Man podcast. With the audience, y'all learned a lot tonight. Remember, I want to catch this 11 o'clock in the morning bus. So I got 3.5 hours. I got to go get that bus ticket. I'm out of here. I want to do this research. The ticket is $45. Hopefully, I got donations. I didn't see them say nothing yet, but hallelujah. Thank you for having me, y'all.
Thank you for coming on.
And little amount of Hebrew, man. The Prince, man. You got any final words you want to say?
I just want to give you thanks, all of y'all, for allowing me to be in your very presence today. I want to congratulate my father. He gave a excellent speech, absolutely phenomenal, and I want to congratulate you. I was speaking to him one not so long ago. He asked me, I would like for you to take the torch, and I was like, I'm honored to even have you say that to me. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate all of y'all as a whole, 100%. I would love to do this again. I'll be in active conversation and communication with my Abba, and I mean, we'll go from there. But like I said, I appreciate y'all, my brothers. May y'all be with y'all.
All praises.
It was an honor. Definitely an honor.
More the black youth, the black men and the black women, the youth, you know what I'm saying? And this is what we need. So we can turn a lot of that mess to go on over there in Babylon. You know, the prophecies must happen. It's going to go down. But we could try to ease some of this thing down, man. It starts with the youth. So it starts with youth like him coming up here and other youth saying, okay, now, you know what I'm saying? Then, you know, the young men and the young women. So all praises for that young man. And, you know what I'm saying? Keep doing your thing and keep listening and watching. And you're going to be a great teacher like your father. You know, so you might be a better teacher than your father. I know that's what he hopes. We all hope that our sons and our kids be better than us.
Absolutely.
So we're going to end this program. I'm like to thank everybody in the chat. Aaron, Professor Lovely Lady, everybody. I mean, it's so many people. I think, let me see, can I name someone? Because some people get mad. Aaron, Professor Lady, HB Going Global, Anthony, Nubian Messiah, just so many people. John Doe, hallelujah. Amber, you know, Derek Kaufman, man. Shout out to Derek Kaufman and the Waspy family and stuff, you know what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody who watched on Facebook, man. Everybody who watched on Facebook. You know, we're going live.
Yeah, I want to shout out Raquel. That's an Isrealite young lady that be doing some diligent studying, man. I first met her, she ended up giving me 2 books. She dropped 2 books to me, like, huh, you can have these.
Okay. Shout out to Black Jenny.
We got some sharp sisters doing like you.
Yeah.
So shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody, you know, and y'all like, support, you know what I'm saying? Support the channel, like the channel, subscribe to the channel, share the channel, share this show, you know what I'm saying? Support the Mighty Hebrew, you know what I'm saying? He goes Cash App again, the brother trying to get over here to get the information that we need. All this evidence, this is foundation, this is archaeological and biblical and historical proof. This is what Hebrew Israelites do. You know what I'm saying? We just don't sit here and talk. We may have differences in doctrines and differences in certain books, but at the end of the day, the Most High tells us, you know what I'm saying, make sure we got a biblical, historical, and archaeological proof. So with that being said, I wish you all peace, Love and hair grease to you all. Don't forget to support the channel. Don't forget to support the brother. And just we got to do better. We got to do better. We got to learn. And programs like this make me. I can do this for 3 more hours, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just all about learning, all about putting knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Because this is the thing that Most High told us. You know what I'm saying? We are destroying people because we lack of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? We depend on the white man for knowledge and this person for the knowledge. And it's just like, come on, man, it's right here in front of us. You know what I'm saying? Read, travel. You know what I'm saying? A man or a woman that travels, you know what I'm saying, increasing their knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So travel, read, study, you know what I'm saying, and practice keeping the laws and commandments, you know what I'm saying, through meditation and everything. Until next time, shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
My daughter's like,
that was
shalom, mom. Here you go.
shalom. Yeah, definitely powerful presentation. We've been on for a nice little minute. But you got any questions before I go?
Do you have any questions, Scam Jim? You there, Scam Jim? Uh-huh. Hold on 1 second. No, I think it was pretty much self-explanatory, honestly.
Facts.
You know, amen.
Facts.
So it says actually
So
we're the
go
children of Yahuwah, Southern Kingdom. What does that mean? So this is coming. He is correct.
Damn.
So,
I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here, DJ Genesis.
okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I will be.
Listen,
You
I'm
already know, and
gonna
I'll
be coming back to talk about this Iranian situation because it's crazy. I'm gonna be like, give me about 30 minutes to
Okay.
get together. I'm gonna come talk about this Iranian situation because, man, do you know? I think that they just made it so that they're not gonna have any elections for the midterms because of this, because we're at war. I think he made a statement about that, and also there is like this whole thing is not going as planned. I think we've lost about 4 jets That's like
Right.
$100. So things are not going as planned. How are things in Israel with in Dimona? Is everything fine?
Yeah, everything's cool.
Okay, good.
Everything's cool.
All right, so thank you guys for watching. Much love to those who stuck around. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panelists. Shalom, peace.
Shalom.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you.